not gonna do the but here. I'm not dead, and that is what matters. I will outlive all my haters who... I mean, I already outlived, like, my greatest hater, the middle school bully who died in Afghanistan during the surge, so, like, haha. Yeah, Tony. I'm not a problem. I just had my hernia was acting up a lot the last couple days, but yesterday it went, and then well, you heard, I pushed towards the end of the stream, and then was in pain for several hours, passed out, slept a few hours, and then got up and shat for like 7.5, 8 hours. Eating Bitcoin blah, and I got up and watched an episode of No Gods. No Gods, No Bears has been proving to be very good. I didn't listen to it first because I'm like, I don't know who any of these people are, I don't care, but pretty good. The episode I listened to was about the Marquis de Moray, fucking... yeah, my default is to always go neo-Nazi for any of these fuckers, but no, he's like before the Nazis. He's like a proto-Nazi shithead cowboy. He's French. That's what the Roosevelts. More important than any of that is that I have picked a terrible time to play this game. The sun is coming in the gorgeous window. It gives me a lovely view of the great city of Baltimore. And it's glaring. That's fine. I don't need to see. I am God. Present the great, mostly unified Malik people. Yeah, so there's this little bit here that's in Sama. This little bit here that is also in Sama. So if Sama were weaker, I'd get the rest of them, but I can't. So there will have to be some poor oppressed Bollocks here. We have the great. Let's do a few more little graphics. We have the lovely, the great Sunni religion. There's Hinduism. There's some back and forth over there. No big Jain countries, which is a little sad. We're past the start date of EU4. I don't think Timur is going to happen. I think if Timur were going to happen, Timur would have happened already. Zoroastrianism is mostly out of here. There's some Shia, but it never really took some body. Interesting potential complication for future LARB. Heir, Abulfazi II, has converted to body. Considering that we're going to be wanting to build a navy, that might actually work in our favor. We'll see. See how that goes. Oh, hydrate, gosh, Cassie. Yeah, it's so unfair. My girlfriend loves me and supports me and makes sure that I take care of myself. And, like, helps me give myself a little sponge bath when I'm exhausted and too tired to get into the shower. And also, like, brings me more water. Made me breakfast. Women. Oh my god. I'm still mad about Kansas. I'm gonna be mad at Kansas probably the rest of my life. Like, even if everything just ends up working out perfectly and it doesn't end up hurting someone, the very fact that they tried that is gonna piss me off. Oh, I love these corridors. Like, gosh, playing in here, playing in any place where you have to take advantage of the corridors sounds like a nightmare. Like, there's a reason that these places aren't important until the discovery of oil, but they're a lovely little. Is there one here? Is that a corridor? It's a corridor. No. The river running through Dastimago. We'll get it eventually. Yeah. I'm mad about Kansas. I'll be mad about Kansas forever. I'm also mad about the Warner acquisition. The same guy who bought CBS and put Barry Weiss in charge of it has just come out and like beaten Netflix's bid for Warner Bros. Under the contingent requirement that like CNN comes with it. And it's passing. So I don't know. Whenever that is complete, you will no longer be able to trust any television news media in the United States. It will all be owned in one form or another by a fascist billionaire. So that's fun. This is fun. Hi, I'm going to join your independence movement. I can always betray them later. That Sonogon, I recognize that. They're over around here. They're Delhi's vassal, and we want to fuck with Delhi. Yeah, I'm just mad about that. I'm mad in general that we don't have that we have robust antitrust and anti-monopoly law, and they just don't fucking enforce it for some reason. Like, I'm pretty sure vertical integration is supposed to be really heavily regulated. Like I don't think Microsoft running an OS would be allowed to also run software on the OS. Like, they shouldn't, like Docs and the Internet Explorer, Edge, etc., like all that shit. I'm pretty sure that if we were actually enforcing our antitrust laws, Microsoft would not be allowed to be doing that. I'm pretty sure that's a violation of the same sorts of antitrust laws passed around the turn of the 20th century to stop railroads from fucking destroying the economy. And now the tech bros are destroying the economy because no one's enforced the laws against them. Let's just ignore the world with a far happier world of 1970. That's on pause. We have to wait. Actually, I can't interfere with my rival's war anymore. It's over. I was hoping that would still be an option to go fuck with Delhi. Because at the end of last stream, I didn't for the payout because my hernia was acting up. And, well, it would have been a faster way money-wise to get the money. It would have taken too long. Yay! Government sanctioned celebrations. We have learned to sanction celebrations. Apple's moving to Manab. Control is... What is the max control over here? 14%. Manab, 25. So, that's 25. I can expect this to be 25. Better than, because the road. We do have the road getting built. No, I did not build the road. We just moved it. We don't have enough money to build the road. Build the road. Will cost. Why am I building that road? Stop. We're already building a gravel road there. Okay. I see. Well, in that case, can I build a road here? No, it's too expensive. Any more roads I can build over here? This road is the road I'm gonna want to try to grab some more control up this way. It's really expensive. Okay. We did start the road. I think the road is... Yeah, okay. The road won't start until we finish that. I probably should have started the road being built from the other direction. I think that would... Workers are concerned with the great influence of the nobility on our state. They complain that the lower members of nobility are disregarding the peace and laws of the land. Well, so we can piss off the burghers and make the nobility happy, or the other way around. I'm going to ask a question, a very simple question. Who's paying more in taxes? The burghers are paying more in taxes. So, nobles can be angry. Burghers pay even more in tax. Actually, I think burghers were paying max taxes, so maybe we should have done it the other way around, so that the nobles would pay more. Fine. The knob is now the capital. Also, you probably need to get started on. So, when the month ticks over, we can check state of control. Control 17. Karan. Max control 21. 16. Okay, we still have pretty decent control over there. Calumet, your max control is going to be 21. You're going to get a temple. Karan, do you already have a temple? No. Temple. So we're going to get a choice between trade advantage and trade capacity. Let's get advantage. Vic. Not much going on in Zik. You already have a temple. Augstab here is a town. That's part of why the control's so high. With a temple. Okay. Yeah. We have enough. I think we can afford to pay for these temples and their additional controls. We're ready. We're moving. The plans were in place. Soon our only vassal is going to be Bam. These temples are going to be in place. The control is not as bad as I was expecting it to be. Like, over here. Max control 16. 17. 21. Like, we have some... Control over here is better than I was expecting. We're going to have 16 max control over here. And then we have... Yeah, okay. Control is going to be pretty good everywhere. I was expecting it to be way worse. I was expecting to have 0 control in the Far East. Up 16 to 20. Proximity. It's going to look terrible. Okay, we have no proximity to capital over there. This is what I was expecting. Control's going to be pretty okay. It's already basically at the low control over there. And when we get local governors, we'd have to staff cities, but gosh, we could, say, turn Zik into a city. I think we're going to have more over here. Who's more city? Karen is more city. Turn Terran into a city of a local governor, get really good control. Maybe turn you into a city, get pretty good control up there. So there's things we can do in the future. I'm shocked at that. Shocked at how much additional. And it looks like all of the temples are finished, so we're paying for the temples now without necessarily seeing their benefits to control yet. But I think it's fine. But you need to stop doing that. Question. How long would it take to assimilate crops? I had this thought in my head while I was on the toilet this morning that it would be fun to... I'm gonna assimilate my house for a little bit. It'd be fun to try and make all of Persia nobility. Yeah, I can afford to eat that. We're gonna have some antagonism soon, but I don't think most people are gonna care. We're gonna have our parliament Banderjask. We'll have it in Manab, our new capital. We'll actually have to grant some privileges to get things, but let's grant ties, improve ties to our neighbors. Let's have Kuzdar and Kerman like us a little bit. Okay, we had enough. That's good. Obtain the printing press. Absolutely not. I want the printing press. So we're going to be Oh, we have the claim against Ormuz already. Is our true stuff? Yeah. Okay. Well, then we'll just let that tick. We don't need to end the issue. But we will. Their war against Ormuz. Using... following through on threat for Gamran. I think this will make Ormuz part of Gamran, which should make it easier for us to have Ormuz when all of this annexation is finished. That's the expectation. And raise all levies. Humanab. Block the strait so that Ormuz can't get out anywhere. It's time. It's time to take Ormuz. I actually think we will be ending. I was debating with maybe not actually moving our government to Ormuz because, I've already just moved it. And I don't think I'll move it immediately, but when we get a big enough navy, and I think we will want a bigger navy, our lights down here showed that, it'll be, I think, a good idea to move the capital here so that we have the strong, number one, strong naval control, and number two, we'll be able to block people off from coming into Ormuz, which means that they won't be able to take our capital in the war. I want our best member of the Crown faction. I don't want... This is not a war where we're going to have to do any big fights. I want a Crown. look at our bodies. No, this is not our body son. This is a different Alpha you're in Lashari. There's so many of them. Oh, I forgot. Finish all of my announcements. I should do those. There we go. That's better. This is not going to be a fight that we need to worry about. Please make sure you attach. Don't go marching off. Who knows where? But yeah, like the ability to block people from coming onto Ormuz. Or maybe let them onto Ormuz, block them so they can't escape. The old strategy can be meaningful. I don't know if it works. That'd be good. Well, the Jarwanids are dead. They have a little island. Oh. Maybe we should ask if they want to be our vassal. Do you want to be my vassal? You don't like us. What if you did like us? That's actually a question. Base minus 92, so they do not. I'm not going to spend any effort, but it would be fun to. Would have been funny if they were willing to say yes. I'd have said yes. And just done it. Please don't go die against Ormuz crossing the strait when we can just go together. You're gonna lose that fight. Don't take it. Unless you manage to kill all of them, you're gonna lose the fight. Oh hey, you won the fight. Oh. In that case, I'll let Bomb siege it down. Bomb can siege it down. We'll chill. And no, our cousin has died of dysentery in the war. Oh, not in the... Was that? Yeah, that was in Kalaknija. No, that's over here. You'll... This is Kalaknija. Here. He was over here in Kalhe-Ganj, next to the lake that doesn't exist anymore. He died of dysentery. That is so sad. What else is sad? Oh, the siege is going. Let's get in here. It's going much faster now. It's because Abulfazl is leading. Totally not just turning up the speed. We are gaining inflation. That's right. We have a gold mine now. We should probably turn down our inflation. Okay. What's our inflation at? Yeah, we had it for a bit. It can bleed off for a bit. Super low on money. Like in Manab. Yeah, we can afford a 5% loss in the council. We're just not gonna. They're gonna like us more after the war. I'd like to get the war done before the council. Nope. Oh, that's sad. Oh well. We can use these diplomats to improve relations. Or lose them. They just disappeared. Oh, I thought they would get banked for a bit. They just vanished because they were over the cap. Oh, that's funny. What are you? You are a prodigy, so it doesn't matter what I get. Oh. Get your admin up then. There's the roads. There's that road. Beautiful. road is going to cost 113, so we still have a little bit to go. But after this war, we'll be able to go with no problem. That will connect everything from Bandari Chark all the way over to Gwadar. We still have a little bit further to go to Zik. I do think I want a road to Zik. I don't think it's going to help with control. I think we're at the point where roads aren't really helping with control. It's just kind of general pop satisfaction values and such. But it would still be nice, I think. So we are finally going to take this. That's going to... No one's going to care. Basically, no one's going to care. I'm going to take all your money. And is there anything else we can get? That's what we can do. We will not seize it. We will return it to Gamron. No one cares. No one cares. Okay. So take all their money, return them to Gamron. Hopefully Gamron doesn't become rebellious. That's a risk. That's a risk I'm willing to take. V1. And the road finish. Let's look at our subjects view. Oh, Gamron is fine. Gamron is we have too many relations because of everything, but it's fine. We have a few things to worry about. So first, Sufi practices. Again, we are ticking towards mysticism. So we may as well go full-on mysticism. And then the Kartids have asked to join the war against Kabul. Oh, we were ticking forward and I didn't read it. Okay. Well, we're helping in the second rebellion against Kabul in return for the favors that we owe them. So, we finished one war, we're in another war. This, okay. Tell me about this war. They have a lot of people. They have a lot of troops. Okay. This is a war that I think I'm going to want to slow down for. First things first, let's raise our troops. Everyone raised. We're going to be fighting in the north. We're going to want to go in this way, actually. So let's raise our troops in Banajpur. And let's see. So we're fighting against Kabul and Kashmir. The primary ruler is Kabul. The nature of this war is to liberate Herat. We are currently have ticking war score. We want... need to know where this is. This is the sort of war that I'm worried about. So let's find Herat. That's Herat. So we have to defend this. Good news, it seems like it's an absolute nightmare for them to get to it. They have to go through a mountain. So getting to Herat's going to be a nightmare. What we can do, I don't think getting up there is a good thing. I think they're just going to be dead by the time we get there. What we can do is try to cause problems. I think if we can come in and take this fort here in Golston, that will give us an ability to then come up towards Kandahar, Ghazni, and into Kabul. And we can just strike into the heart of Afghanistan from their soft underbelly. And that, I think, will be, if anything, the route to victory for Herat. That's the plan. Make sure we have the access we need from Sama to do that. We do not have enough favors for that. Okay, so we're not doing that. We're going to have to come up this way, which we can still do. It says not as nice. Check our provinces map mode. Armasir, the capital is Maiwan. It's up here. I mean, that's fine. Puts us into Kandahar directly. But it's the same vibe. It's just we're going to have to go a little further. I'm slightly concerned about food access, but I'm concerned about a lot of things in this war after looking at it. Our allies would be well suited to kind of park their asses in... No, Herat is here. There's the capital. It's only a plateau. Ugh. Maybe they're not terribly ideated. I would go fuck up that army. Where they took something in the mountains. There's a lot of troops. Kabul has a lot of troops. I am concerned. But if we can get them split up, then maybe we can secure something. Okay. This is an army that we're gonna want our best person, and that is Surag Tump here. Hi, Tump. Get into the army. Is everyone going? Everyone is going to go gather up in the appropriate location. This sort of thing is what I like to see. I want to see little fights like this where you pick away at Kabul's forces. Because Kabul is big and scary. What is Kabul's forces looking like? All levies, which is not as good as it could be. Kashmir has professional armies. That's terrifying. Kabul, why do you have to get India involved in this? Leave India out of it. Leave the subcontinent to the subcontinent's business. I know I have Sama on my side, but why do you have to have your own pet North Indian power? I'm just like, oh yeah, we're sitting pretty. This is easy. What's going on with Kabul? I didn't pause the game. Okay, hi Gostup. Get some diplomatic education to balance it out. At least we have a freaking amazing commander. Look at Surag here. Surag is a 76 100 100. So this gives us logistics, defense, siege ability, frontage, morale, initiative, food consumption down, movement speed, discipline, combat speed up. Like, oh my gosh. This is the guy. I just haven't been paying super great attention. Well, I should check. What do we have? We have peasant levies, men-at-arms, plated light knights. So Sadly, most of our troops are still peasant levies, which are at strength 1. Our men-at-arms are strength 1 also, but they have better combat speed. Not that big of a difference between the two, what I'm seeing. And our navies achieve us nothing. Which I could call Sama in. Be like, Sama can join us, and then we would, and then Sama would. That's the bad fight. Okay, the bad fight has occurred. That's the bad fight. And we're gonna get another one in a moment. That's why we're grouping up all of our troops. I want all, like, 4K of our people together before we start trying to putz around, because they have, you know, so many troops. And that's not even everyone. It's just Kabul. This is not good. We're getting called into all the wars. I will accept, but I don't think I'm going to be able to help. I'm kind of busy up in Kabul. What's the nightmare over here? We've already got our troops raised. Oh, it's only Jalor? Only Jalor would be able to help. How many fleets do you have, Jalor? Enough, I'm not going to pull my ship out of harbor. Nope, go, Mike. Yeah, we're raised up and ready to help, so... Okay, now that there's been time for everyone to raise up armies, we're looking at 29 v 22. I still don't like those odds. I don't like how we're always fighting wars against superior numbers. And now apparently 2 at once. What this does mean is we can do our original idea, but I think I'm going to try and get involved in this. See if I can sneak down here. Cause problems before they group up. They're grouping up already. I think if they group up, we're gonna... Yeah, there's 17. We're not gonna get time to help. We tick this through... Wait. Are our allies winning? Oh, if I went to help, we would have won. Shit. Shit, if I had gone to help, we could have won. That's not good. With my commander. Occupation of that is successful. Run the fuck away. We're gonna go up to stuff are here. They outnumber us way too much. Hopefully they follow us all the way and you're smart enough to come hang out with us. And we can take them in the fucking mountains. On the defensive, you fucking idiots. This is your territory. You can see where their army is going. Yeah. Come be ready to help us. Then we'll have, you know, the defensive against them. Idiots. Absolute maroons. I mentioned that I'm pretty sure that the AI is just stupid. We're gonna go try to be in a position to help. Because we do have an absolute genius commander. And with our vassal and everything, maybe we'll be able to give them what they need to do well. The war in the north is screwed. Ooh. I'm to come help you. They have, like, no ground. It's a pity that their other stack is so close. Where are you gonna be to? There? We get there before their morale recovers? Yes. That's a fight I want to see. This hurts. I think we're gonna kick their morale out of here. Right? Goddamn, I don't like these numbers. This is not a fight I want to be taking. I feel like this is a fight I have to take and I have to win. And we didn't win. Came very close to winning. Can you come fight with us, please? Apart we die, together we live. Be together. Nope, that war's done. We're gonna go. Bye, we're leaving. Please don't get involved. We're leaving. Goodbye. We have a different war we can go die in. Yeah. I was really counting on their morale being, like, low enough that we could win that fight. It looked like we were doing it, and I probably should have run away sooner. Neither of these wars is going to go in our favor. Fortunately, I don't think we're going to lose much. But it is just a great reminder that we need to get our regular infantry on the go. We need to be able to start hitting this button. What's the cost of that button's price? Weaponry. So 500, we have chunks going down, but we don't have enough weaponry. Let's get a couple of those going. That'll give us more weaponry, which will hopefully drive down the price of those men-at-arms. This up here is actually doing better than I expected, because everyone's kind of down here fucking with them. And there is the ticking war score. Like, the battles are going terribly, but there's occupations, there's ticking war score. There's a chance that this will work. I don't think it's a good chance, but there's a chance. Lower, high. I haven't been at war even long enough to separate that piece out. This war just went so badly, so fast. I was feeling confident of like, okay, I'm up here, we can maybe grab a small stack before they unify. Nope, they unified too fast. Maybe we can get away and group up. Nope. Maybe we can get this fight here when they still have no morale. Nope. That would have been so epic if we had been able to. We would have been able to go bar, but they recovered just enough manpower to make it not feasible. So I should have said no. I should have said no to Sama and just gone up here to help. We're gonna get them out. We've got the Cartids and Harat. That's Harat, and there's the Hybrids. So this army is gonna have a lot of people. I still think the alliance against Kabul is going to lose this, but maybe, if we're very fortunate. No, Ershik died of dysentery in Bampur. So sad. I can't believe that these fights are actually they're occupying so much. I mean, they're a long ways from victory. But I really do feel like if I'd gone up here to help, that would have been even better for everyone. This was a war I just shouldn't have gotten involved in. Especially when Kabul is in the list of people I want to take down. And Sama has a bunch of Baluk lands. I do want to poke at them eventually. I was just kind of hoping that I could unify Persia and then go, wah! sort of new Mughal Empire. Gorik. Gorik, what are you doing, Gorik? Gorik, I appreciate your scholarship. Make sure you can punch things. Randokt. Be able to talk to people too. IR. Those kids that I've been neglecting. And we can invite this person, get our passport up for research. And become a Shari if we want. And that keeps happening. I'm not really interested in it. I sort of am, but I'm not really. Maybe if I have an opportunity to become a Shari when I actually have stability for it. You could probably do something important. How about encouraging migration in our new capital? They're in our territory now. That I don't like. It's only the Far East, which... fine. I don't think they want anything. I don't think they want to take anything from us. They just want to break us up with Sama again. I can check. What do you actually want? Nothing. Oh, war reps. I want us to annul our treaties with the Karthaginians too. I'm not gonna separate these out. They can punch Sama for their shit. Karthaginians may have pulled us into this war, but like, yeah, Zikfel is kind of one of our economic hubs, but also they're not going to get through the port at Buleda, and that's what matters. Now the war starts to turn, unless something goes really, really well for the Alliance, which it is not. Okay. We're at plus 15 here. Maybe. Maybe they'll be able to pull this out, although they did get that siege going, so that's all the, that's everything gone. Right there. That's the end of the war. Just sat a camp. I should have gone to help. I should have camped an army up in girls here and Ferozka there, and just if they brought 11k we would have died, but if they brought anything less we could have beaten them back. Burgers can have more power over in Zik. Zik is at the edge of the country. You don't have any power there anyway. Oh, they took Banajpur. That's where I like to have my armies raise up. They're deep in my territory at this point. They have all of Sama. Okay, they're just sieging me, so they have war score. I see. Well, hopefully they get 100%. We don't want to get involved. And you're kind of getting close to where my economy matters. There you go. You have 100%. Make your claims on Sama. Take any of my fucking. You don't want the desert. Now make them spit this out. Make them break real alliance with me and spit this shit out. Then we can take it and be like, yar. Okay. What all ended up. We don't have any. Oh. Ouch. Sucks to be Sama. I had an army, I might just turn around and just punch them for land while they had nothing, but I don't have an army because I lost into war trying to save them. Goodness gracious. That's mine. This might be the end of the friendship with Sama. I'm worried about whatever is going to come out of the fucking north, though. Kabul and I have a border. Kabul's got on their own 10k. Have any regulars? Zorowar? No. So that's a thing in my favor, because we're going to be building regulars pretty soon. Market price is still so high. Oh, and now cavalry are expensive because we've improved our technology. Womp womp. I want an infantry. I kind of want an infantry and 2 cavalry. So I could have a center and 2 flanks. I'll spend the stability. Hi. What do you want for me to get out of this? Want me to release Cameron? Absolutely. Are you willing to do anything? Oh yeah, I can just... Can I avoid war reps even? No. So if I give you war reparations and $100, you let me just leave. Okay. I'm willing to pay that price. We're making... That's 10 months of money. We paid them 10 months of money. Paid them like 10 months of money and a few war reps. 10 months of money with war reps. I think we're fine. Oh, there's more sand getting built in Calumet. Lovely. We're making a lot. Most of that is coming, most of our income is coming from Gamron as a vassal, though. So our economy is going to take a massive hit soon. And we have direct control over Orma's. I think we're gonna want to just have it directly. May even behoove us to just spend the money to move our capital. I don't think we're there. We are at peace. You go control the seas, please. You have stuff to do. Get out there. Control the seas. Then your navy's all transports. Interesting. And I'm not really interested in a transport navy. So, especially if I don't get back with Sama. I don't have to deal with the Raj of Junagar. I don't really want transports unless I decide I want to look towards Arabia. And if I look, there's like one province I'd be interested in. Like nothing there. Is that impressive? I mean, nothing here is that impressive either, but... No, our wife fell. That's bad. Over our limit. Because Gamron has... It's because Gamron has Ormuz, basically. Oh, note! Majapahit is now the Diplo hegemon. And Chen took the naval hegemony back from Vijayanagara. The Vijayanagara are expanding in the north. Quite nice. I want a navy for maritime presence. The question I'm thinking about now is, do I actually want, if I'm building a navy for maritime presence and control, do I want to go and try to get... I want a navy sooner. I think I don't want a navy sooner. I think I need the army more than the navy. We need to push this button. We can't even fight Delhi until 1485 because we can't get access through Sama. Not that we can fight Delhi anyway. We need to wait for our levies to recover. We're a sitting duck. We're a sitting duck, I tell you. I'm very worried about that. Burgers are building some roads. I appreciate it. The burgers are building roads. That's good. Thank you, burgers. I mean, I'm gonna credit that to giving them a little bit of share of control of Zik, so now they're making money from that and spending it. Are they? Okay. They're building it to there. From there. So they're connecting these two with a road. And then they're building a road here that takes us towards the gold. Okay. They're expanding our control even in this area where we have pretty good control. I don't mind it being even better. Max control here is 53. Max control here is 44. The roads will definitely help there. And this in particular I like, because this is an expensive road. So I appreciate that the burgers are building roads that will drive up the quality of our economy. Could've, would've, should've. What? No! We're not gonna be able to fuck with Delhi. That's fine. I think this is gonna go very poorly for the Cartids. Hi. We just were... Our allies pulled us into 2 losing wars at the exact same time. Delhi has been this way for 100 years. I think that the fall of Delhi situation is bugged. I think that their disaster should have triggered already. And it hasn't. Rip Sama. Sama was our ally. This big Jalore was not this big. Sama pulled us into a war at the same time that the Cartids pulled us into the war against Kabul for the independence of Herat. And it went badly. My army is currently non-existent. And I'm not involved in either war anymore. Sama lost their war. The Cartids are losing theirs. And our good news is we have Ormas. We are making money. We're integrating Gamran. Gamran actually has Ormas, but we're integrating Gamran. That will be done in 1482. And our capital move went better than I expected. I was expecting control over here to be way worse. So I'm happy with what I have. And we're saving up money to start building actual military, but I don't want to go speed 6 it because I am worried someone's going to come and punch me. It's hard for me to tell if my income got better after the new patch, JM Schwab, because my income got better because I annexed Minab and put Ormuz under my vassal and moved my capital over here. So I did a bunch of things that improved my income, but also my income has improved. But I'm assuming I'm using 1.17 because I'm on the beta and it updated. I see the UK elections. Oh yeah, it's ever. Go Greens. That was my piece of happiness in the contrast to the ongoing bullshit in Kansas, ongoing bullshit in Minneapolis, and fucking the guy who put Barry Weiss in charge of CBS buying CNN. There's not going to be any reliable news in the U.S. anymore. We're gonna have to. It's gonna be like the Bush admin again, when we had to rely on Al Jazeera for U.S. news. I will eat Prestige. My Prestige is in the toilet and doesn't really give me much of anything. Yeah. My income is much better. I've got almost 10 ducats. Ignore that it's all coming from Gamran. Because Gamran will soon be us and get most of it back. I still think I want to move my capital to Ormuz, but I think moving to Ormuz can wait until we have a navy. And I need to get an army before I have a navy. Oh, the Ilkhanate has weakened. Iraqi Ajam got stronger. This is my biggest fear. Because if I want to get Persia, my goal, which is what I want to do, then I need to go this way. I think after I've built my standing army, I'll be able to fight alongside the fight against the Inuits. But we're gonna have to find a way to punch Iraqi Ajam. And Alibatia isn't really there. The Jaliyarids definitely aren't. Georgia? Really? Well, Georgia's all professional, though. I think we need to start improving relations with Georgia and Alibatia. And we need to stop getting involved in North Indian wars. Honestly, I think when we're recovered, we're gonna punch Sama, because Sama took land from us early on, and their heartland got eaten up by Jalor. So if we take back the rest of Baluchistan from Sama, and then change our rivalries away from Jalor and Delhi, we can hopefully leave India as not our problem and let the Indians fight each other, and we can focus on Iraqi Ajam and get Persia unified. I think if we have all of this, we'll readily be able to fight Kabul, but Kabul's on my border, so we're going to probably have to fight Kabul before I want to. And then with a unified Persia, we can then go in to North India. This is a much better approach to North India than trying to squeeze through this mountain range down here. Here, we can just pour into North India from that way. That's the plan. That's the plan. We're going to take Baluchistan, turn Baluchistan into Persia, and then... Yeah. Step 1, unify Baluchistan. Check. Done. Mostly. Except this corner. Step 2, turn Baluchistan into Persia. Step 3, turn Baluchistani Persia into a great Mughal empire. Step 4, profit. We're already experimenting with turning everyone in Minab Balak. It's going very slowly. I don't think it's a good use of our time, but... Maybe. We'll see how big and important we can make the Balak culture by the end of the game. I wasn't really thinking I was going to do a culture game, but come on, it's Balak, it's Baluchistan, it's the backwater of Pakistan. It's great. It's brilliant to try to make them like one of the great world cultures. It does not hurt that Makran is legitimately beautiful. I looked up photos of it, and it's like gorgeous. Still sad this lake doesn't exist anymore, though. This is just a desert. You can still see like these towns like on a map of Iran, because the border from Iran and Pakistan runs down here. So this is firmly Iran. But you can see these towns on a map, and it's just a desert here. And it's just like there's no reason for these towns to be here. Well, there is. There was a lake, and it's just not there anymore. It's so sad. Has our weapon, have all the weaponries we built reduced the cost any? No. Yes, they have. Okay, so we're getting all the cost decreases. just not enough. Oh, so we don't get additive. Okay, it's just minus 33% because that's what we have. No, our cousin died of heart failure. That's really good, actually, because for nearly a century, every cough-up we got about someone dying in Makran was... The Cartids have put in a claim for the Okanet. Yo, we have a claimant in the east again. There's just been these two collapsing in the west for so long, and now the Caratids. This is concerning, actually, because the Caratids are our friend. More importantly, Abulfazl II needs a wife. Who's likely to be the most prestige? That's what I care about. Best crate power score is Sonar Gun. That's going to give us 5. Yay! Sushi. I would love some sushi. Yeah, I should order some sushi. Pakistan. 5. I really want to automate this. Come on, give me whoever gives me the most prestige. 5. Bam's gonna be no. Cameron's gonna be no. Cameron's actually 5.9. Herman. Cameron is actually our best bet. Lazari Ormuz. With some free prestige. But yeah, I want sushi. Cassie, do you want sushi? Do we have sushi? I know that I should probably be eating my leftover fish biryani, but biryani is never as good the second day. Yet, art. Oh my gosh. Punxsutawney Bay has been established as an established writer. One of his works, Vibrant Man, has become the topic of discussion. They discovered particular ink smudges. Apparently, a cat walked across it after stepping on ink. So we have a great book called Vibrant Man, locally known novel, created a couple decades ago, and we're like, hey, we can be like, hey, that there's cat prints on it is wonderful. Heck yeah, go Kibity. And yeah, let's sushi. What sushi you want? Betsy? What I want is the sun to move slightly in the sky. It's at the worst angle for seeing my screen that it's at all day. Makes looking at the game a little tough. With glare. You don't have to worry about that. I do. My fault for sitting in the nice, pretty area with all the warm light, but it helps when I am just... Oh, I was gonna just order sushi to have someone bring it to me. Like, your discussion by sushi is... Oh, come by with us for us with sushi later. Oh, I thought you were like saying that you were gonna leave and get sushi and then come back to the stream. You're gonna come visit us. Oh, well, in that case, we'll decide our let us know when you're on your way, and we'll tell you our sushi. And I'll be responsible and not order sushi. Thank you, heart. Yay, responsibility. JM Shaw, I'm so sorry. The rest of the chat are just everyone else chatting in this chat is like my girlfriend and my bestie. So you're dealing with that. Oh, Jalor is getting beat up. Dundar, go! Beat up Jalor. And there's Cannon Maker, so we're gonna have all of our options. I am not buying handgunners. I don't think they're going to be worth the price for a while. Oh, also, I love to know also. What I'd like even more is a way to get access to go beat up Delhi. How would exponentiation fit into the third grade sex joke? Okay, I have to pause to share the third grade sex joke with the internet, including the people who watch this in full on YouTube, because there are people watching it in full on YouTube. So they need to get this context too. So the third grade sex joke is a joke that my bestie in third grade would give. If you've ever heard the story about the Adam affair, same bestie who I ended up naked in the hallway of middle school in a fist fight with. Same bestie, just several years earlier, far more innocent. And anyway, we were practicing the order of operations. Good old PEMDAS. But we hadn't learned about parentheses and exponentiation yet. We were only learning about, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. PEMDAS. And he made the third grade sex joke. He's like, oh, we could do mathematical operations. And he's like, since we knew that multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction were the same tier, he's like, so if we do it backwards, if we do it the wrong way and we do it backwards, then we're adding the clothes, we're adding the bed, subtracting the clothes, dividing the legs, and then let's multiply. And I'm like, God damn it. That's been in my head for over 30 years now. Goodness. How would exponentiation fit in? I mean, exponentiation is just iterated multiplication. So, exponentiation is just a polycule, baby. I'm gritting too much. I impressed myself too much with my own terrible joke. It hurts my mouth. You can only say that. You're only allowed to make that joke if you are currently fucking an Irish woman. Or I guess an Irish man. You do that too, but you have to be topping. Because, Dublin's in Ireland. I think I just heard Cassie face smack in the next room. We're gonna go to war. I have some levies. Do I have an advantageous war? I should not resolve to go to war before I check. Javakara is not an advantageous war. Kerman is an advantageous war if you don't get involved. The molecule has to have a separate interaction where each power set of the members is going at it. That'll be your Dublin. Have I ever mentioned that I am in love with you and this is why? Oh, this is a war we can take. This is a war we can take for real. Herman, you're going to get inside me. We're going to fabricate a casus belli on Kerman. Go ahead and take Jirift, because that's what we're going to take. And we'll get this war going. We're not going to be overly... because... right now we have no friends. There's 900 people between them. And ignoring Bam and Gamron We have a lot of people to gather up in Ramish. Excuse me. Oh no! Our migration person died. I didn't notice. Muhammad bin Lashari, you're getting kind of old, actually. You're not my. You're my nephew. You're the nephew Abu'l-Fazl, not the son Abu'l-Fazl. You're good enough. You can go do that for a while. Honestly, I don't think that you're worth my time to be spending you on that. Just development. Development is better. As funny as it is, we have to be practical. The enforced conversion of people to the Valak culture is a want, not a need. Fill the treasury, yes please. That gets us closer to what we want. And for leadership, as much as I don't want to give it to a noble, Surag Tump, the ruthless 76-100-100, has to be the commander of the army, of the armed forces. And this Surag is too frickin' good. When's this gonna be done? It's gonna be done in 82. We have years until it's integrated. I still think something is wrong with the AI in this patch. I think they are overly aggressive. It says we're going to win this, and I think that's going to be cool if we do, but I don't think that's a fight that the AI should have been willing to take. I don't think that's a fight Palm should have been willing to consider. I say, having tried to sneak a kill on... But the reason we lost this war, be very real, the reason we lost that war is because I tried to sneak a kill on a 10,000 person army with a 3,000 person stack because I saw that they were out of morale, and they got their morale tick back right before the battle started. It's very sad. No, my little brother. The little brother got attacked by wild animals. That's the ancient traditional Rindlashari way to die. And of course we will say fuck you to Delhi. Always say fuck you to Delhi. You guys are going around being fucking troublemakers. I forgot how annoying it is when I'm fighting Kerman, how they just sneak into the north, take up thing, and then start fucking around up in Kosh. It's just a pain to get up there. I think we can take that fight even with lowered morale. Get dead. Just get murdered. And then we can go backwards. Who exactly? Just check, make sure the war is what I expect it is. Yeah, it's us and these folk way up here who are, again, they're only 600 people. And they have to get through a bunch of my former friends. I'm gonna corrupt Satyr. Don't give me the tax efficiency issue. I'll take a tolerance to the true faith debuff. That's fine. You have a really good tolerance to the true faith. I'm slightly concerned about what happens when Carson Bey III dies, because our Abu'l-Fazl II is a body somehow. I say as though I didn't click the sure make him a body button in a debate in an event, but he fell in with the wrong crowd down in the ports and became a body, and I don't know how that's going to affect his reign. I'm not going to convert the country to a body. As much as I think a body is actually like a pretty good religion long term. No, maybe if we unify Persia early. But I don't think we're gonna do that. Rashad. So that's done. Where is your province layout here? Yeah, you've still got like all your provinces. And I figured Kerman did not look like they were that. God, that's a province. That's a province. That's a province. That's a province. There's so much we have to take. But we'll just eat it all. We'll eat it all. We'll probably feed some of the north to Bomb. I might give it all to Bomb. EH. I don't know that. I don't know. We'll make a decision. We haven't won the war yet. Let's not divvy things up until we have. I'm going to try to separate peace out as Safarian to get more war reps. Oh, I love this. This is beautiful. I love watching people in India fight each other. Especially when it makes more aggressive people hit up against Delhi. Because I think this is just gonna stay until someone actually just deletes Delhi. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah. This war has not been trouble. I did not expect it. Getting close to Iraqi Ajam is worrisome. But that's what we're building. In fact, we can start building troops. No, we can't, because we got rid of all of our sergeantries, and sergeantries to save money. We need to build our... No, we lost our... We moved our capital. We lost our sergeantry. I see. Our sergeantry. I want to just build armories. What do we get from armories? Manpower, ability to recruit regiments. Because I want to actually have the regiments. We'll hang. So it's going to be a bit... I didn't realize that moving the capital got rid of the sergeantry. I should have. That makes perfect sense. That the building that you can only have in your capital would get deleted when you change your capital. But for some reason, I just had this thought in my head that I'd still be able to build troops in Kalmyk, even though I already observed that my manpower was 0. I was not thinking I should have done that earlier. If I had a brain, etc., etc. How am I going to get you out of this war? What's my best way to get to? Is there access somewhere that I can do? Okay, Iraqi Ajam. You are not willing to give me military access. I can purchase it. That's so expensive. I need the access, though. Thank you. It's probably actually not going to be worth effort. I only need a step right there, and then I get through my people that I already have access from. Okay. Yay, a corridor. I love these corridors. Okay, so here. And cartids. Get access from you. No, because of the whole annul treaties thing, Kabul was strong. That's worrisome. So we're gonna have some food problems. Okay. What do I want here? Enforcement speed. I want OCV down. This war, I don't think we're going to be able to use it, but may as well get it. We're firmly in the texts that I'm not super interested in, but may as well get them now. Area. Assemblies. Temporary appointments. Sounds lovely. Power protection. What does that even do? Helps us exploit nations with less power protection. Okay. Coastal forts. We don't really have a need for those yet. Let's get fort defense and fort. And then we can revisit things when we're fill up our protects again. And I saw something in the last Congress that makes me think. No, printing press is not spreading into our territory. That's so sad. Thought that we had some printing press. Grab any support? We need to get some food raiding going on in this territory, but hopefully once we start taking some stuff, they're willing to just spit money at us for us to go away. That's all I want them to do, is give me money to go away. Especially after I spent so much money to walk one step here. That is embarrassing. We're here. Oh, it hasn't been... We can't until September. Well... Okay. Let's march and take territory, and then see what happens. Here's your capital. Esfarian. I'm too Nebraskan to pronounce half these things correctly without someone telling me how several times. I don't have anyone to do that for me. White at my friend in college who saw the word paladin, looked at its pronunciation, looked at spelling, said, that's spelled similarly to Aladdin. And so came to college talking about Paladins. We love to tease people about it. I love to tease people about it, you love to tease people about it. It's fun. They're coming. We beat their army up and they'll be looking at peace. Ooh. That fight is going more fairly than I would like. There we go. That's the numbers I like to see. I like to opponents. I don't like close fights. Hey buddy, hey pal. You're gonna give us so much money. Well, here's what I actually need. I want war reps. You're not willing to give war reps? Okay, well, that's fine. We'll just go siege your capital down. We have food access through our occupied territory in your south. So Turag can tear your fort down, and then you'll give us what we want, which is tribute. Give us money. The funniest thing would be is if Junagar down here like had Jalor give stuff back to Sama. I doubt that they're going to, but it would be very funny if they do. And we did almost win that fight with our 4K versus their 10K. We did almost do that. Okay, can I just drop a siege? Drop a siege. There's like 60 people running around down here. Let's didn't wander around and do other things. I need to have everyone sitting up there. And again, I only want warrants and money, so they're willing to take war reps. They're willing to give us a lot of money. That's what I want. Let's go home. By home, I mean down here to Kerman, where we now have 100% war score and can take everything. Big draft. Kerman gets a lot of AE. Aculati, St. George, and the Medicis are mad. Okay, so people I don't care much about will be mad. Iraqi Ajam gets mad from taking Kerman. Iraqi Ajam I don't want to solve. If I don't take Kerman, Iraqi Ajam doesn't get angry with me. If I take that to connect my territory. Iraqi Ajam gets really mad. Okay. I give up that. Iraqi Ajam doesn't care. That's good. Take all your money. And since I guess you're gonna still exist, I take war reps. And I may as well take, like, all the things. Annul your treaties. Give me all the things that, like, give me little bonus prestige hits. Force you into being a vassal. Nope, that pisses off everyone. Okay. So just take the things that no one cares about. Okay. We'll release some vassals in a moment. Levies. Expand. can do that from anywhere. And now we work this. I think I give these to the bomb, and then everything up there becomes its own new vassal. So bomb. We're going to go location by location this time. Okay, actually, both of those are in the same province. We will give that province to you. Oh, it's all this. You know what? Sure. You can have all of Giroft. And then we would create custom subject. I like Surjan more than I like Bardseer. Surjan or Bardseer. They both have Sir. Okay, yeah, Surjan. Make Surjan a vassal. Our ruler will be not our son. You're in our cabinet. I want to make sure I don't lose the cabinet. Someone kind of young, not in our cabinet. Let's do this Abelfazl. We have so many Abelfazls. And then Sir John. We're going to give you Bard. Bard, sir. Okay. There we go. Successful war. For a little bit of advantage while we were waiting for our manpower to be built, and it's still not ready. Okay. How's our levies? We're back to 2 of our 4K, so we're doing pretty okay. Takes a while to recover levies after everything gets... This connection to our Iraqi Ajam is worrisome, but we have someone making sure that we're friends with you. Let's make sure that you aren't, like, gonna go kick our ass. Because I do want to beat some people up who are on your border. And I want to, like, have you hate us less. And we need some friends, because we don't have any. We have no friends. Our only potential friends have treaties until 85 and 87, respectively. Kabul, I don't have a diplomat. I'm kind of full up on diplomat usage, so... And I'm doing my diplo spending. I have so many friends. Ibata, you want to be our friend? Strength and border distance. Go up in speed because we have to wait for the power to reform. We need to wait for... How are you doing, Sama? Okay, Sama's already rebuilt. Sama's still, I presume, at half their strength. So I'm gonna guess that that's pretty okay. So we'll probably still friend Sama, even though Sama keeps pulling us into wars that they can't win. Hopefully the next one is against Delhi, because I think, yeah, we can win a war against Delhi. No, our second cousin died due to illness. Blockade can be upgraded. Can't. It can. Let's do that. Let's become a castle. We're gonna have a castle in our capital. We can afford it. At least until we finish annexing Gamron, we can afford it. Afterwards, all bets are off, but we moved our position west so we can integrate Gamron and fight the Inuits. So that's what we're gonna do. We are now in our final stage, I guess, of inward focus. And we're going to keep having inward focus as a value because we need the control, which is going to mean we're going to have more antagonism. He's great, but we are in the be ready to fight that. Let's be real here. Plus, they're already friends with Alibata. But we're going to have to wait for that to go away. If we're going to have a chance to find a way to get in there. Musafirids, Esfarian, Shabankara. Shabankara, I could kiss you. You are, once again, our way to sneak into a war. I'll take the... Lead that out pretty easily. The Musafirids aren't going to be that big of a deal. So we have 2k here, 2k there, 8k there, so 12k we need to come up with a way to fight. We're going to have, when everything is done, 4k. We're about half strength right there. And then we have our potential regulars. So that's not quite enough, but if we can get Sama back on our side and actually pull them into the war, then if we can, then hopefully that will work. It's gonna be a troublesome war for sure. We're not in a position to take it for a bit, but that is the war out. Ost, please say you're independent. You're secessionists that want to join Iraqi Ajam. Who succeeded, apparently. Okay. Iraqi Ajam is now on our border in the north. I'm not gonna have control over that. Oh, you're still the minor tribe of Bast. I guess. War against Iraqi Ajam is gonna be so... It's gonna have to happen, but it's gonna be so fucked. It's gonna be the wars, I think the first war against Iraqi Ajam. Hopefully I can get back good with the Cartids and give this to the Cartids. Take this for me. That's going to be a long, painful war. At least it does mean that Kabul is not directly on my border anymore. Kabul is terrifying. No, that I've been using that to don't get rid of that one. That is my fingernail cleaning toothpick, and they keep disappearing, and we're almost out of toothpicks because my fingernail cleaning toothpicks keep going away. I get gunk under my fingernails, and I like to be able to clean them out. You don't want them. It's 1 o'clock. It's time for Cassie's "We Must Clean the Apartment" binge. It's a good binge. I tease her. I tease her, but it's good. I don't accept your offer for free money. Reminds me, I don't need military access anymore from you, so... We no longer need... And not fancy. Hi, they can march through. What are you up to, by the way? You're fighting against Kabul. Okay. This is good for me, probably, no matter which way it goes, because... A weakened Iraqi Ajam is good for me, a weakened Kabul is good for me. As long as it's not just Iraqi Ajam everywhere. Which, if it all goes to bust, it might be, and that's worrisome. Probably be spending this money that we're building, because we can't build our troops yet, so... What is our most profitable potential building? A cannon maker. And our most profitable potential location? Minab. Followed by Calmet. Alaba. We also get some studs. Hey, should we farm studs? Okay, I think the Tools Guild is better. It's gonna give us bonuses. The way. Don't want to go too low because I still want to build troops, but we're sitting up at like 600. Ugh. I need to reinvest money. And I think our road network is actually pretty okay. Probably reach a little bit further. Like, we do want eventually a road up to Quran. We do a road over to Zeke. A room to Nog. I think Banajabur to Nog is cheaper to get up to Quran, but a room also lets us go down to Zeke. Let's go ahead and start a road. Yay, we're out of money. Isn't it great to be out of money? It is, because our income just improves so much every time we invest. Like, look at you. Look at our historical income. One of these places has it. There. Look at how our income just zooms. And there's our moving our capital. Moving our capital did that huge boost. So, and then you see the big plummet when half our country got taken by Jalor. There's that plummet at the beginning when we lost half our country. Just grinding our way up. Starting to be able to improve after we beat the crap out. This is where we beat the crap out of Delhi. And we built our road. This is when we moved our capital. Started annexing everyone. It improves. Bit by bit. So, even though we haven't really won any of our proper wars, since very early, we are improving our nation every step of the way. So we have fallen from our peak at 100 down to 426. See that? Printing press and pike and shot are spreading into Calumet. They're not present in the capital, but they are spreading into Calumet. Because it's the market capital. We should probably move the market. You know what? Sure, Iraqi Ajam, you can have some food access. Enjoy your war. I don't know why you're asking for the ability to move through our land, because you can... Food access I get, but, like, the access, it's like, you can get through here. Did Kurdistan not give you access? Kabul, how you doing? Pretty okay. Iraqi Ajam is marching around up there. They're bringing their troops up. I'm not having an easy war of it. I guess I like them not having a great... More gold, by the way. I got 6. Let's finish out our gold. New market is formed. Cueva. We're still checking towards traditional economy. But we do have to get rid of some things before we start shifting towards capitalism, but I think we might actually be getting near the start working towards capitalism mode. What do we need to do? Tax farming. I don't want to get rid of that. Well, these are what's helping us there. So, feudal nobility. We don't really need anymore. Nobility controlled mining operations. What laws would we... What mining operation law do we actually want? So... Capital economy and plutocracy, both good. Expand mining costs, less important to us now that everything's expanded, but... Yeah, I think that's good. That's what we want. We can't do it outside of Parliament, but we do, I think, want to go burger-controlled mining operations. And then... revoking estates here is still too tough, yeah. Land rights. Patronage of the arts. Noble land rights. This is the one that we want to get rid of. The bonuses to aristocracy, serfdom, and land. But it allows them to expand the RGOs. Also, we're kind of at the point where we can afford to. Oh, that's good. We can spend $22 to get some improved development everywhere. That's only going to help us over the long term. And we're not in short-term survival mode anymore. And, you know, even with losing all those wars, we still have 40 prestige. We have so much prestige. Marson Bay needs some diplomatic education. What's that? Okay, when can we befriend you again? 85. And when can we press this button? When we have 1,000 manpower. We need better manpower before we can actually do this. Okay. So we will need to build these. Honestly, let's get them across the board as we can. We need the manpower. We didn't build them early enough, so now we need 1,000 manpower to build a unit. You know what? 1,000 men. Bonus of, again, of damage, like a reduction in damage taken. A bonus to speed. I know that they've adjusted things from my first games, the Knights, where we just raffle stomped armies 10 times our size, but still. I feel like it's going to be good. Jalor! You didn't lose as much as I'd like you to have. Cameron! Welcome inside me, Cameron. Yeah, it costs us 4 ducats a month as we're not getting... We're having to do all this directly. That's sad. Max control in Ormuz, though, 66%. I think I'm okay with that. We hold the council in Ormuz. Okay, what does Parliament outside of capital do? A little decentralization. Keep our Parliament in Manab. Fund our farming estates. I don't know what we want here, but I do know that we want to take a moment here. Hope that the table stops shaking so we can click things. Then go to our goods. Filter. Filter by farming. And just improve some of these because they're all at a discount. We'll get a couple levels there. Still in improving this level. Still good. Okay. Food is important. Yay, we spent all our money again. Now, do I want anything from this? We're not ready for the war with Shabakana. If we do this, then do we get anything if we actually from this? We don't get anything if this passes. We just lose 7 stability if it falls. We piss off the nobility and establish monogamy and lose 12 stability. That's right, law change. We wanted to change our mining laws. We have enough. We have burgers now. Burger controlled mining. Get wrecked, nobility. the mines will be run by burghers. Not that we have very many. We have the gold mine. We have an iron mine. Sure. Happy nobles for a bit. The iron mine. Sure. Happy burgers. Yeah, we really just have the gold mine and the iron mine. Maybe the stone mine counts. Maybe the clay counts. We don't really have much for them to be bickering over. We'll get more stone as we go up this way. We annex up here, we get some silver. And some copper. Our vassals, but that's it. The Emir is dead! Emir Qarsim Bey III died at the age of 56. Yeah, the silver mine's in our vassal. So that will be ours eventually. We got some pretty good mines, but mostly I just want to fuck the nobles over. Yeah, oh no, Qarsim Bey has perished. He died while the navy was in the Strait of Hormuz, like the last several rulers. Our people remember him as a kind-hearted and loving ruler. So, he's the one who moved the capital. Now we get the rise of Abulfazi II, who has converted back to being Sunni. He was Ibadi. So we're not gonna have Abulfazi II, the heretic. He experimented with being Ibadi, and then became a Sunni on the rise of everything. He's the little brother, I think, of our last guy. He's not very good. None of our kings have been. He's married. He has a kid. Monkbot. Monkbot is going to be a new name, so I'm glad to have a new name. We're going to have Monkbot Rinzashari. Yeah. Last Abulfazi ended up doing pretty well. Let's see if this one does well. But we do need to put someone in charge of the navy. And traditionally it is the ruler. Not very good at it. But Abulfazi, get in there. Control the seas. A claim thrown on the Mirabanites. Okay, is it the same as it always is? I mean, we don't have scary alliances. The way to get into a war with Shabakana early. I don't know that I want to go to war with Shabakana until the later war, because Shabakana is our easy way into a war with Injunids. But I am going to look at this war, because I've been seeing something pretty consistent. So you're Didag Kash. We can take this and put Yusuf Kash on the throne. Now we're almost recovered. I would consider this war, I think, if we had our troops built, but we don't yet. But yeah. This is Yusuf. So this is the first time in ages that I have a plain throne casus belli, and I'm not putting the guy who's already on the throne on the throne. So, congratulations, it's possible. I do want that eventually, but I think see, I'm never going to have good control up here. This area I can maybe get good control with a strong navy out of Nab or Ormuz. And there's like cities up here that I can put a secondary capital. So I really do want to go Iraqi Ajam direction if I can, and then come back down into Afghanistan. And then if I have all of Iran and Afghanistan, then I can roll into North India. That's the hope. Dream. We need our military before we can do that, though. We have the manpower now, it's just a matter of money. And we are making still 10 ducats a month. So, our current heir has a balanced education. We can get 254 ducats pretty easily. 5 loans. 3 loans, because we're already at 100. At a 5% interest rate. I don't think that's really perfect. But we could... I'm going to do it. We have our 3 loans. We are pennies away. We're going to give him an expensive pick. Because he's our heir. Monkbat is going to become a good heir. A great heir. The best heir Makran has ever seen. This rowdy child will lead us to victory. Oh my gosh. Is this the same guy? Yeah, it's another... Planksum Bay's cats are walking all over another book. Let's go. Copper. We have copper in our vassal, silver in our other vassal. Okay. We do want to improve relations with some people. Kabul. Be less angry with us, please. Carterids, you're already Makran. Not on Alliance territory for -1 reason. Border distance. Well, that's a problem for you. '85, so 2 more years till we have friends. In 2 years, we have friends again. Who is occupying all of this? I don't think Bundy here is gonna go too far in. Unfortunate. Who are your enemies, Georgia? Your rivals, rather. Egypt, Ottomans, Iraqi Hijab. I think I'm kind of done keeping these. So I'm gonna go say goodbye to Galore. We'll keep Delhi, because I think Delhi's a pretty good position. You're still willing to be friends. Okay. And then we'll improve our existing navy. We will take cannot rival Iraqi Ajam because they like us too much. We need to rival someone. Can rival you. Okay, who's someone who is balanced with us? Kabul is balanced with us. What? We'll rival Kabul. I'd like to rival Iraqi Ajam and try and get friends with Georgia, but I think that's gonna have to wait a bit. Kabul being our rival, I think, is gonna help here. Yeah, they're at like, exact seas. We'll need to friend you a little bit more. Not friend, Kabul. I don't care about that. No one's actually willing to give us money. Yupik. Welcome to the family, Yupik. As usual, I do have the redeem. If you want to be any of the characters, or I think provinces, or rather locations, let me know. There's a create market. Greater ducats would let us create another market in the hub. I don't think I'm going to. I think I have other things I want to spend money on. Might not be a bad idea though if we have a lot of extra money, because smaller local markets, is my understanding, is better. I don't understand trade enough to confirm or deny, though. Or lose your war. Bundy, forced your lord to give stuff back to Sama. I was toying with attacking them, but I really want them on our side against Kabul and the Injuids. Eventually, Iraqi Hijam. They're like, you're way too far away from us, and we don't like you. I think if we were to rival Iraqi Hijam, Georgia would be interested in friendship. Damn. A bunch of people got attacked by wild animals. Oh, it's just like the old days. It's where everyone died by attack by a wild animal for like the first 100 years. It was so funny. Okay, so we're waiting. We're carefully not spending money. So this is an interesting option. I do want to beat you up eventually. I also want to beat Sama up eventually. And Kabul's there. And you're big. I click this button. We're saying we're going north. Are there cities here that we can put local governors? There is one in Kabul, so we can put a local governor in Kabul. We can put a local governor in Herat. There's one we can put in Nishapur. Okay, there's plenty of cities up here for local governors, which is good because control will be hell everywhere in Persia, Afghanistan. So I think I'm okay with that. And if I'm okay with that, I'm okay with this. I've made a decision that might cause us immediate problems. We have to join the war. We're not going to lose our current army. It is currently Oh, this war is getting won handily without us doing anything? Do I want to do anything? Not really? I don't like that the Iraqi Ajam is going to block off our northern. That means we will have to fight Sama. We still have our claims on your stuff, Sama. No, we've lost those. Forgot that Bast was part of Iraqi Ajam. I was like, oh, we could fight Kabul in the Khartoum. It's in Bast. Forgot Bast was part of Iraqi Ajam. Let's raise our levies in Chagai. And see if we can get somewhere to help. Get anything out of the war? I don't think we're going to get anything out of the war. But maybe, if we show up to help, they'll give us something. They'll owe us favors. This does mean we will need... Surak, you're only 33. I thought you were older. Things that we'll need to go after. Sama. Oh my gosh. Jack Doab is attacking Jalor now. This means that our decision, we either have to betray you or we have to go after Sama, but if they take all of this to Bast, then we have to betray them. Not much choice. It wouldn't matter. We do have to expand. We can't just sit here surrounded by stronger neighbors. We have to look for moments of weakness. Strike. I don't want to get involved in India, but this over here is Baluchistan. We can take it. Come to the town of Kalat. I forgot that they were independent. Are you independent? No, you're a subject. You're a Mahasamanta Vijayanagara. That's worrisome. The diplomatic situation is so messy right now. We just build a navy, go fuck off to Oman. We have options. We have options. We have Injuids, we have the North, we have the Navy option. I think we build an army either way because we will have to deal with people around us no matter what we do. Our options are Iran, Afghanistan, India, Arabia. Hey, you want to come live in our country? You want to come settle in Manab? Come. Beautiful in Manab. Everyone's actually, they've grouped up. You have to go around. Is there anywhere that we can get to? We'll go up there. We'll help. We'll go fuck around up there. Like, how many people are on the other side of the war? Fewer than we have ourselves. So we'll go up there and see what happens. Maybe we should stop in Bamian to recover our energy. We're gonna be low on morale. I feel like most of the troops we're looking at are Kashmir's troops, which are sitting back at home. Are they? So we can look. Kabul. No people. Kashmir. Okay. Carson Bay got injured sporting. No. Muhammad, are you already so old? Muhammad Ridden Anshari is already so old. Kashmir has pieced out of the war. In that case, we'll just go straight to Peshawar, because we don't need to worry about any frickin'... There's nothing that's gonna jump on us if we lose our morale. All for peace. Oh gosh, the war is going to end before we even get anywhere to do anything. That is so funny. We grouped up. We went on a long walk through Afghanistan, and the war ended. Looks like that war ended. We are looking at some issues here. We still have a CB against you. And your allies in there and there. 1,000. So it is a side. They do have a standing army. Yeah, we do have to wait for our standing army, I think. I want to go with that there. Kashmir has made an alliance with Bonewar. Sabah. July. In July, we can re-befriend Sabah. We want to. A 5. I think we still want to be friends with Sama. I think Sama will be able to... When is your truce up with her? It already is. It'd be so funny if Sama's just going to go right back to war with Jalor as soon as we're there. I think I'd be fine with it. Especially since Jalor keeps getting beaten up by everyone and their mother. I will ask, though, who should... Is there any way who would be willing to buy new shit? Sell me new shit? If they were willing to give me Nushiki, I would be able to go fight Kabul on my own. I wouldn't have to be questioning anything, but I think we do still friend with Saba. Build up ourselves a little bit more. Fight our little war here, here. And then it's a question of who do we want to betray? I have a feeling it's gonna be Sama. first, because we can then go fight Kabul. And if we can take Kabul, Ghazni. Where's Kabul? Kabul's just a town. Okay, if we can take Ghazni, then we can set up a local governor in Ghazni. And Ghazni has a river that runs through, like, all this. So Ghazni can be a center of control for, like, all that. If we can get a fight up here, Herat can be a center of control through, like, all this. We would need someone up here in the north. Think anyone? Oh, illness. So sad. And then we can worry about Iraqi Ajam, which we will have to worry about Iraqi Ajam, but we need more troops. It would be so fucking gross, that circle, but... Hostile publications. When printing was a novelty, it attracted those who'd create codices. Ever since it started as a business, presses over Europe have been available for demagogues to spin their webs of lies. In Bashagard, in particular, it's been put to use to means to spread vicious slanders about our emir. Every owned location within Altiz receives plus 25 acceptance, and we lose some legitimacy, or we piss off the burghers and gain a bunch of stability. Well, the question is, how far has printing press spread? And it's really only spread in Calmont. But I want printing press. Calmont isn't even in Altiz. We got no benefit from that. I'm a fucking idiot. Calmont is in a different area than Alt. I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. Remind me, chat. Which province is this location in? Is it in Altiz or Kasar-i-Kand? It's in Kasar-i-Kand. Like, we have the institution, spread it. No. That's all our money gone for a number of months while we rebuild our expensive cost of court. I'm an idiot. Ugh. I'm a fool. I could use another monster, TBH. They're so far away. I wonder if I can make puppy dog eyes through the stream at Cassie and get her to bring me a monster. Or am I gonna have to go get it myself? 3 years to claim that throne. That throne would be a war of 1k, 3.5k, 6k. We have 5k. We have a castle in... Ah, right. Sergeantry. Let's upgrade it. We don't have a fort, do we? We upgraded the sergeant. We did upgrade the sergeant. Upgraded to a castle. Okay, well, we're building an actual castle in up. I thought we had that. That's important. Like, that will keep people from coming this way if we get into this war, so we can, you know, go up here. You'll have to come down through all of this. I need a fort around here, honestly. Castle in Karan? Might not be a bad idea. Hey, Sama, thank you for reminding me about the Alliance. Yay. I'm gonna make puppy dog eyes at Cassie again, see if she'll bring me a monster and maybe a little thing to eat. I rolled a mixed success in the Apocalypse World language. I got a sigh and maybe an orange. But I got a sigh. I got a monster and an orange. And the thing that I don't know how to use that exists to peel oranges. I think I have it in here. Rotate the fruit. So don't have to go all the way. Ow. I managed to gouge out a piece of my hand with a plastic tool, trying to peel an orange. This is why I just use my fingers to peel oranges. And I'm from rural Nebraska. We don't have these fancy single-use tools that you have out east. Actually, going to tell me to buy a rice cooker. Actually, you should buy a rice cooker. Yeah, rice cookers are not single-use tools. Like, make an entire meal in a rice cooker for, like, no effort. Just, you start your rice, you put your rice in there, but then you also put, like, some veggies and such, and get rice and veggies and such. Rice cookers are very good. If I had counter space, I'd get them. That's why we're paused. We're paused because I'm peeling an orange. Triple rep, yay! Okay. Osama's on our side. They'll join in the war. We're absolutely not going to co-belligerent. This is a very tempting war. So here we're looking at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.5. Versus R 13. No. We just need to make sure we leave some Shabankara to pull us in with the Injuits later. He'll use this Claim Throne CD. Sama has joined us. We're going to raise our levies. We're going to raise our levies in the west, TBH. We're gonna raise them in Ramish, so that we can go fight Shabakana right away. Kara. It's an R, not an A. N. And hopefully Sama helps out in the east. I think I want someone leading this army just in case of trouble. You're gonna group up, but in case of trouble, I want someone until we get to Rush. And then when everyone's grouped up, we'll have our buddy take over. We got Surag here. Surag, you know where to go. You know what to do. Fort defense has improved. Where's it? Oh. I just have you stop and be disbanded. You're not enough to worry about. Where's the disband button? There's gotta be a disband. There it is. Yeah, we don't. Those 64 people. No. That's too far. Oh. Armin. Once I can. If Sama sends their army up there, that's gonna be fine. Probably should have recovered my morale before going in, but it's fine. We're gonna smack them. Who exactly are we facing on the other side? This Shabankara. Okay, there's a way to get across. Mostly I think we just want money, though. I don't think we're really interested in taking anything from Shabankara in this war. I want to take what's up there so we can start trying to do some stuff with Kabul. But Shabankara and the Muzaffarids, I just want. Money is always the main thing we want out of the tours. We're going to go ahead up to Ernan. Hopefully our vassals siege down their capital over here. I don't know, we should probably do it. Because they do have their troops still. And our vassal isn't quite big enough. Sama. I wrecked my army trying to fight you. The least you can do is go beat them up for me. Oh, you're coming back for more, are you? Al-Zadab's fallen. Really to be expected. That's 700 people dead. I think we're ready to go up this way. I think we can leave our vassal to do that siege, assuming they don't just break it. Hopefully Sama will help deal with their army over there. We'll come wait in Marbast, recover some morale. Go into Urnia, and we'll go up and punch you out of this war. Gosh, no. The backwaters of our nation. However, shall we survive without the pittance of income they give for a few months? Sama, you're not being very helpful. This is a concerning thing. Where is your suicidal offensive nature? Kerman! I want land from you, Kerman. You're actually a problem. Let's go get you out of here. This is more than I wanted to be dealing with. We're only 700, but we can smack you and then be done with you. Because you're just the one province. I don't need to call Iraqi Ajam in. We're good. Thanks, buddy. We're good. I appreciate the offer, but we got this. We just needed... We needed Sama to help in the east while we took it. Yes, we don't need your help. But I appreciate the offer. Save your strength. Time will come. In particular, when we go fight against Kabul. I would like Kabul to... I'd like Bost to not be here in particular, so we can start going. I'm gonna be able to take this. Okay, we got Kerman. We're balanced. Get in there. This is not the sort of fight I was hoping it would. You have regulars. Yes, that's part of why. Okay, you I just want out of the war. You we can't do. Okay, that I don't like. Well, Kerman, we can get you out of the war. You're 100%ed. How much will Iraqi Ajam be mad at us if we just take them? Not a lot. Okay. Herman's just ours now. Sir John. I don't think we can give you the land yet. Okay. That's fine. When can we separate PCU? In 24th of September this year. Not have food access. We'll do. Maybe I should have invited Iraqi Ajam into the war. Oh well. They are just hanging out at home, though. I like that they're just hanging out at home. I like that they're doing our siege for us. This way and siege that down. Our vassal is doing a good job in Ij, so that's good. And we have to finish the war before we can put this into Sir John's control. And then... How far are we from annexing you, Bam? Bam, Steve? Oh, once we're done with war... Yeah, then we'll start annexing Bamsty after the war. We're not going to vassalize Shabankara here. We're going to take money war reps because we want to go into a war against the Inuits through Shabankara when we have actual troops. I'll let my ally. I'll let my asshole Sama take care of the siege up in Zaraj. They want to. We have the manpower. They're good. The manpower, we just need the money, which we have after the war, and no problem. Artid's taking this might actually be better for me, because then we can just go up. Border gore here, though. Ugh. That is one of our secondary local governors that we want up in Herat. That'd be so much AE to push up to Herat, but I don't think I want to fight Artids, but I do that. Otherwise, there's just no control. Q is done. Is there anything here that I care about in particular? Is there anything here I care about in particular? Not tolerance of heretics. I like. Anatomy, I like. And then at that point, I think we're just working down the line. I feel like I'm making pretty good research. All things considered. Come on. Oh. Wooden Siege, come on. Yeah. That's what I like to hear. I want you to pay me war ups. Give me all your money. I guess I could take Darab and place it as a vassal. It's actually in Darab. 6, 12, some salt, some legumes, some wheat, some cotton, and there's salt. I like salt. So we'll take all that. I think humiliating you is more important. Taking your market center is more important. I don't want to go to war with the Myrmidons. No, that I'm not piecing you. I'm piecing you. Humiliated. Liberate the Jamarnids. What actually happens if we liberate the Jamarnids? Costs us nothing, weakens them. But there again, our key to war. Take. Darn. We'll get some air. I think I just want to take everything when it comes time to take things, so I think this is fine. Thank you for some money. Up here. Our buddy up here. Hey, friend. What do you want for me to go? All my money. So, hey, Robin Between. Welcome. We are fighting a war and being nasty little bullies. That's fine. Because it's a video game and you're allowed to be mean. Although now I have to... I'm not willing to give all my money to that the Musafirids. We're gonna have to figure out how to handle them. Because I don't think we'll be able to get what we want out of our war until all the allies are gone. We don't really have that many people left. We don't have the money to start raising regulars. Come back in case they start coming over here. Hopefully Bomb comes home. It's oh, it's EU5. This is not the most important map mode. This shows all the different countries. The most important map mode, though, this one. This shows how much control that I have over all the parts of my country. My country used to have its capital here in Kalmit, which gave good control everywhere, but because everything here is really poor and everything here is really rich, we ended up moving the capital over here to make better tax income by controlling over here. My ambition is to build up my army so we can fight this gentleman, take this stuff, build up a navy so we can patrol the sea and control ports, and hopefully, eventually, unite Iran and prevent British colonialism from arriving in this region. Although I don't think we're going to have to do much work on that front, because the British don't do their colonialism very well in India and Persia and kind of the Middle East area. Which, considering that was a major aspect of history in this era, is a little sad. It's sad it happened IRL. It's sad that it doesn't happen here. It's very sad that my ally is losing thousands and thousands of people in the hills there to help me. I should go get them some supply chains, because I don't think they're coming this way. Is that a town too? That's a town. A town. Oh, all of these are towns. Well, that's... They're gonna have terrible food troubles. They have terrible food troubles everywhere. There's so many people here, though. Got 23,000 people in Zaraj. 10,000 in Kaliyafate. 8,000 in Rutbar. 8,000 in Bahram Shah. Compared to, like, we have... Oh, I mean, our population's actually growing quite since the start of the game. It's probably more of it's really hard to describe because it's kind of its own genre. I need to decide how I want to help you. You're a daughter. It's not 4X in the sense of you've got an empty world and you're exploring. The entire world is occupied. It's sort of simulating history from 1333 to 1833. It is very much a strategy game. And the kind of game it is changes. So in the early game, you're thinking a lot about dynasties and vassals. And then, depending on where you are, that may shift into colonialism or ecological stuff. Yeah. There is, an exploration mechanic. You can see I don't know about most of the world. We're not really in a position to make much use out of the exploration, so I'm not really intending to invest much. But if you are, say, in Western Europe, and the people who historically did a lot of the exploration, you can do your exploration, you can do your colonialism. A lot of the nations of North America and kind of Central Africa are what the game calls societies of pops. So they aren't really recognized as nations. They don't really get to do much diplomacy, and you can just settle in their land. They can rise up and fight you. They can resist you. But you can't actually play as them, which is a change from older games. Because they couldn't find a way to make it quote-unquote fun. There's then the other three, because there are 4 types of countries. Most countries, including ours, are settled countries, which is what you imagine. It has a government, has people living in towns and cities, and they're doing people things. You have army-based countries. I don't know if there's any of them left. There should be a nations type here. Government types. That's not what I was looking for, but they might be an ABC. Where else? You are... You have the symbol for me. Just tell me what type of country you are. I think you are still AB, CB. You're settled. I think these are all settled now. But at the start of the game, there's lots of ABCs. They're like your being colonized is not fun. There's a lot of ABCs at the start of the game. They represent kind of your old hordes of the steppe peoples of Central Asia. Their country is their army. So where their army is, they have control. And if their army gets destroyed, their country collapses. Eventually their armies do get destroyed, and they collapse into their settled successor states, which is what we see up north. The third type is building-based countries. These are the banks and trading companies of Europe. These are the kind of noble houses of Japan at the start of the game, because this is far before the Sengoku Jidai, so they're just little families. They don't own any land. They just build buildings, and as long as they have buildings, they exist. To be honest, I have tried them. They're not very fun. I'm kind of annoyed that I can't play a Society of Peoples because I can play at a building-based country, and building-based countries aren't very fun. So, But yeah, the Society of Peoples then are just kind of anarchic, not really having a central government of any form or central administration of any form. Peoples that exist throughout Africa, Asia, and the Americas, and you can do diplomacy with them. You can do trades with them, but they don't really get to do much of anything unless they research a whole bunch of stuff. And they decided that that wasn't very fun because this is sometimes derisively called a map painting game. People really like painting their map in their color. Like, I want Makran to be all of this because it's fun to paint your map in your color. Even though a lot of time gets spent looking at like individual buildings, like in my old capital. Look at the infrastructure. We can see we have all these buildings that the government has funded. And that's where a lot of our money comes from. Most of our money actually comes from Hormuz, which is just so much going on in Hormuz, and they have pearls. Yeah, it's like a more complicated version of Splatoon, where your skill tests are math instead of physical reflexes. So here's a math question. Do we want to make our nobles happier, our burghers happier, or our ulema happier? And I look at how much money we make from them, because we have to tax our states directly. So we have some taxes for commoners, we have some taxes for the zemi, we have some for the ulema, we have some from burghers, some from nobles. The burghers pay a lot more tax, but they're already paying their maximum tax. I want to make the nobles happy so we can tax them more. And that should happen automatically. Hooray. We have no food here. We have trouble getting food in this way. That's a concern. Hopefully, sieging these will let us get food from them. But there's no these towns don't all consume a lot of food. They don't produce much, so we aren't getting a lot of food up there. That's worrisome. I think they have their own market center. I'm kind of concerned wanting to fold them into my market. It's better to have smaller local markets, but if there's no food up here, there's some livestock there, there's some livestock there. Okay, there's lots of fruit here, so there is food up here. They're just turning all of their places into towns, which is expensive and makes you have trouble with food. But I guess if they can import all their food from Lost, then that's fine. Okay, so everything but their capital is occupied. Which hopefully will let them have more food for their armies to eat. Yeah, nope. There, Sama has a lack of food. Well, I'll let Sama do that. Wish you would come home. We've finished fighting Shavankara. They're not in the war anymore. But our vassal is just living there now, and their troops are starving. And we don't want our troops to starve, because our troops are currently levies at this part of the game. So they're people who we've forced to fight. And if they die, then when the war's done, they can't go back to working and making food and making the country more prosperous. So it would be bad for us if they died. Which is why I'm not going to go help my ally up here. I'm going to go let Sama spend the forces to siege that down, because then the casualties hurt my friend instead of me. And there's no way to play these games without becoming an evil person. Because if you don't become an evil person, you just lose. Which lets you know, to some extent, why people who are obsessed with things like national glory end up being so horrible. Speaking of national glory, we can call the council. We still haven't built our university. We can gain some bad reputation, or we can murder someone. Abulfazi II is a ruthless warmonger. People are mad at him. Yeah, it's that way forever, right? Like, you can play this game thinking about what is best for the people. And your country will prosper until someone else comes and beats you up. And you're going to get a low score because the game actually gives you a score based on things like national. And I think that's a good thing, not because it's like good morals or it's what you want to be doing IRL or that it was a good thing for them to do in history, but the game kind of is... Sure, Sama, I will give you money because you're selling all your people for me. The game... I think historical games are best when they have systems that kind of subtly push you to do the same terrible things you saw throughout history, so you can stop and go, oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's worse than I thought. An absolutely lovely game is a board game, an Infamous Traffic. And in an Infamous Traffic, you play the small businesses who screwed over China in the lead up to the Opium War. This is actually low enough that I would be willing to pay it. Get out of this one. Yay! And the way that an Infamous Traffic is built, you just kind of cheerfully move little pieces of put little pieces of cardboard on the string, and at some point it sinks in that you are fostering a wave of opium addiction in China for the sake of just having the money, not even to continue your business long term, but to get respect in the social circles of London. And it's just like, oh, it's so nothing. You kind of feel a little horrified. This game has lots of those little moments. Like, and like right now, why are we doing this war? We're doing this war because I want to vassalize this person and annex them to have a potential road of expansion up into the Carthage. Because I am concerned that eventually Iraqi Ajam will turn on me and attack me. So I need to be ready to attack them back. And it's a paranoid rationale. And we're wrecking the lives of 10, 20, 30, about 40,000 people, about 50,000 people, just terrorizing them for years right now. And having thousands and thousands of people starve to death in the mountains of Iran for a paranoid reason. It reminds me of an old game I played as a kid where you're described as competing with an evil overlord for dominance, and you find the most effective strategies to lower taxes on newest planet until the population booms, ramp up taxes to bleed them die before they move off world, pour money into military, take over next planet, repeat. Yeah. It's sort of like that, only a well-designed history game is encouraging you to follow strategies that people actually did in history. And that's so sad. Okay, we have 100%. Don't like that Sama has that occupation. I should have seen that coming. Let's see. If I take Zaranj, Zaranj will go to Sama. So we're not taking Zaranj. If we do a vassalization treaty, we can't do that. Okay. Well, let's begin. We want money. We want war reparations. That is income. I want land, because that is troops. I want your humiliation. I want to take your market center, because that's more money. No one seems to be mad about this. And I want you to get uninvolved with Shaman Kara, so in the future I don't have to deal with you. Probably get rid of your treaties with Muzaffarids too. That's just barely too much. Well, I like the money more than I like that, so this war is finished. Yay! You've done terrible things. Now we can sort this out. We can. I don't want to deal with integrating that myself, so we'll create a new subject up here. And you can be a vassal. I would love to reward Surag Tump here, but he has been our military commander for ages. Do we have anyone in our family that's pretty... Yes, abusing and exploiting people is... You know, fortunately, it's not so much a thing here in every circumstance, because not every people did that. We have to select a ruler. The best rulers are up here. I think we'll pick Aram here. I don't want to get rid of Surak. Is Aram in our council? I don't want anyone in our council. Oh, Aram should be in our council. Okay, so we put Ram in charge of these cities up here and created the new vassal of Saraj. Now we have a question of what we want to do with our council, because we have a council raise. Let's go down. So what I'm thinking, so internally I want to weaken the nobility. The nobility causes problems, and as we did in history, I want to empower the capitalists, because if we empower the capitalists, they make more money for us to use for wars. Crazy about that. I think I'm running low on things that are driving the values ways I don't want. This is the one I want to be worried about. Feudal nobility, first come first serve employment system is pushing us towards capitalism. Pensions are pushing us towards capitalism. We don't have a question capitalism communism. We have capitalism versus feudalism. So we are trying to push us away from feudalism. The things pulling us towards feudalism are tax farming, capital economy. Yeah, we don't have anything law-wise pulling us here. Do we have anything legally pushing us towards aristocracy? The noble army is doing that, is pushing us towards aristocracy. Oh yeah, we can repay the loans that we used to buy a fancy education for our heir. I'm gonna pause for a moment. I want to think about our laws. Yeah, you never got into Civ. Civ games are a thing you have to get into. I got into EU5, so a couple games in this series ago, just because I was playing a lot of Civilization 4 with the Earth maps, and someone recommended that I try EU3 because it is on Earth. And I went, oh, that's pretty easy. Let's see. Noble levies. Just equality. Noble army is what's pushing us to aristocracy. I think that's what we'll do. We're going to move away from a noble army. So we host our parliament in Manab. Expand our armory. That I want to pass. Ooh, that's worrisome. I'm willing to contain the New World. I don't care about the New World. Yeah, I don't really like the colonial games in the colonizer game in this. My favorite region to play in is I really like to play East Africa. In EU4 was my favorite place to play, was East Africa, because the trading game out of Kilwa was very fun. In EU3, I really liked playing in Germany. I thought the HRE in EU3 was a lot better. It was a lot more fun. It wasn't very fun in EU4, and I haven't tried it in this one yet. It's very overwhelming, because they have the scale of... They go much finer detail, like individual cities and little tiny sub-provinces. And then here, I've played in Anatolia. I've played over here. I've played in Japan. Played in East India. I played a bit of the colonial game out in Portugal, off screen. And so far, I'm enjoying this game the most. I think part of that is because this is a 1.1 version, and they fixed some of the balance issues. But also, it's just had a very enjoyable sense, because if you look at us, okay, we just lost half our troops. We have about 5,000 people in our levies, plus maybe another 1,000 in our vassals. Our neighbors, Iraqi Ajam has 31,000. Kabul has no one because they're losing a war, but they usually have about 12,000. The Carterids have 7,000. Sama, our friend, has 5,000. So they're on par with us, but they lost half their troops in this war. And they used to have all this. We lost several wars against Jalor. So we've had... This has been very much a feeling of having to... I need to think about this, because I want to change my law, but I also want this to pass, so I get to these keep armories. Because I want a couple more armories. I'm going to pass the law first, because I want that more. So we're going to change our levy. We can decentralize, which I don't want. I want centralization to make it easier for people to move around my country. Because that gives me more control. I don't have as many vassals, so I don't need the decentralization. We're going to go peasant levies. We're going to reduce the strength of our levies, but we're getting more of them. Since I am intending levies to be buffers around a professional army soon, I think this is going to be fine. And importantly, now that we've passed that, we should have... Well, it's not yet. Central Council would have to take care of it. We've got one of our two things increasing our aristocracy gone. And then we're just dealing with estate privileges, which are noble, us. That one I might be able to change more easily. This is a very complicated game. But right now, dealing with autocracy is our big concern. And the biggest internal concern I have is it's all of our stability to revoke one of these, and we revoke a bunch of them. We have grown our crown power, though. 31% crown power is real. Now, I have to make sure that my parliament votes for the armory. I can give the ulema a tax exemption for 5 years. That'll give us 17% approval. That'll take us up to 27 to 23%. 33, 41%. These two will give us 41%. I think I'll give the tax exemption to the clergy. I don't care about the New World. I'm not interested in being colonial, so I will obtain the New World. I hate my estates so much. Neither of these is going to get me the rest of the way, so probably we gave them concessions for nothing. Because I'm not containing either of those. For the context for you, do I play board games like this? I do. I prefer historical board games over 4X games. My girlfriend likes to tease me that one of my favorite board game series is the Coin series, which was originally used. It came out of games that were made for training CIA agents. They're about kind of counterinsurgency operations. My girlfriend teases me for this. But they're very fun. You have generally 4 players. Oh, we're over our limit. Oh no. I'll pause a moment because things are happening and I want to answer your question. Yeah, there's generally 4 players, and basically each of them has their own rules and victory condition, and everyone is kind of against each other. And so my absolute favorite board game that I don't get to play very often because it takes a long time and it has a heavy theme. Yeah, well, the games I like aren't 4X. The only 4X game I have is Space Empires 4X, because, you know, the 4Xs are explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. And that's like part of why I don't say this is a good 4X game, because unless you really abuse the game, you're not exterminating all of your opponents. like unifying the Persian region is a strong ambition for the 500 years of this game. You can explore, you can expand, and you do exploit. So it's kind of a 3x game. Space Empires 4X is a 4X game. You explore this galaxy. But, like, Small World's great. But yeah, but my favorite game. Someday when Han and Rex are here in the summer, we have to pull out Space Empires 4X. You will understand. It is a thing. But my favorite game is A Distant Plain, which models the U.S. war in Afghanistan. So you have the 4 players. You have one person playing the U.S., one person playing the Afghan government that the U.S. established, one person playing the Taliban, and the last is playing the local warlords. And it's such a fun and interesting game because everyone has kind of different goals, right? So the US and the Taliban are playing kind of the most direct 1v1 sort of game because the US wants to get the hearts and minds of the Afghan people to support the new Afghan government so that they can go home, because the game begins basically right after the point where George W. Bush said mission accomplished, and then you had 15 years of nightmare. It was released before then. Then, that's exactly what happens, Robin. Tile flipping. And then the Taliban wants people to be opposed to the new Afghan government so that they like their government. That's like the central conflict. The new Afghan government doesn't actually care about the people supporting them. They want control over the country, but they want to enrich their own personal pockets. So the game has this side mechanic for kind of how efficiently the people in the Afghan government are able to embezzle money into their own pockets and become rich. And they want that. They don't care about the other things. And doing that, like, if the Taliban gets control, that hurts their ability to do that, so they want to fight the Taliban. But doing that actively undermines the US's ability to make the situation peaceful enough that they can go home, which the US player can always just leave and lose. That's always an option the US player has. But kind of, you want to win the game. And then the warlords... yeah, that's the moment I'm meaning. Yeah. The mission accomplished banner. I don't listen to political speeches, so I don't know what he actually said. My experience in the war in Afghanistan was being an idiot who grew up in a military town and worked in military intelligence during the Obama administration and went, oh my gosh, we're the bad guys, and left. But part of why I like these games, because I was raised and kind of educated and trained to do this sort of thing in the real world. And then I go, oh my gosh, that's terrible. You should never do that. But I was trained to do it, and so I kind of have the itch. And this is a great way to relieve that itch without actually doing anything bad. But, yeah, then the last one is the... the warlords, who kind of just want to preserve... They want the chaos to continue so they can make money from selling, from, like, kind of running their own little local businesses and such. He was a very compelling person. Made great barbecue. My parents were Republican donors in the era, so when I was a teenager, I got to eat his barbecue during his original campaign thing back when I was young and stupid. But he... goodness gracious, nice man should be in prison for war crimes. That's how I like to describe him. It's so weird growing up in that sort of environment. Are you are you talking about Dead of Winter, a zombie game? Okay, let's get back to progressing the game we're playing instead of just talking about other games. We're not going to get our cheap armories. That's fine. And because we had to spend money there. That does sound horrible. Yeah. At least one good thing that has happened in this game is they've taken out the genocide button. In earlier versions, they handled the demography of regions with a button to change the culture, and you had a single culture, and it was terrible. Now, all these different kind of the mechanics of population. You have different social classes, and you have different cultures, and you have different religions, and every combination of those creates a pop. And that pop will have its needs determined by its combination. And it'll be happy with you or not, depending on what your culture is. But yeah, in older versions, you just had one culture per region, and you could click a button and spend money to transform the culture. And so, like, if you look at our nation, you can look at our culture. So the national culture. Look at culture by primary. So you can see our primary culture is Balak. We started in Baluchistan. We have mostly unified the Balak people, and we are expanding outside of that into Farsi territory, mostly. If we look at the culture by location, yeah, that's what the button meant. If you look at culture by location, you can see we have a lot of Farsi land with Balak minorities. We have lots of cultures here in our capital. We have mostly Farsi, sizable Balak, and then we have these small little cultural bits because everyone's coming to trade in our capital. I think we have a pretty sizable... Oh, only Balak in Calumet, which is the trade center. We can still play the culture game, and depending on how your country's values are, it may behoove you to play the culture game. I haven't actually looked at our cultural breakdown. So, like, if we look at our Farsi people, is there a way for me to see? Let's just look at one of our provinces that's largely Farsi. Look at our pops here. Look at all of the pops. If we look in our pops, we filter by Farsi. We can see our Farsi populations. And we can look and we can see their access. We can see their satisfaction. So if we look at our satisfaction area, we let these are Sunni, Farsi laborers in Ormuz. They're pretty happy. You can see that the Farsi, Sunni burghers in Ormuz, that is the merchant class, they're not quite as happy because we don't have ready access to amber and tea in our market. So they're like, we want to drink more tea. We want to have nice amber things. We can't find them. The Farsi peasants in Kerman are insurgent. They're angry. They're mad. They're mad because we just conquered them. And every sort of combination of religion, culture, and social class has that. So you can see that we have, if we look here, most of our Farsi people are happy. We're very accepting of Farsi culture. We don't have really any troubles there. But if we had a different situation, we look at our cultures. We actually have a limit to kind of how many cultures we can accommodate in our government action. Like, there's only so many languages we can handle. And if we have too many cultures running around, then we're going to start having penalties to try to accommodate everyone. And how many people we can have is dependent on a lot of factors. See here, our country rank, because we're a duchy, we have a certain amount. If we were bigger, we could have more. We have also done various researches which give us kind of more going on. So, because we have embraced being a cultural melting pot, then we get a 10% bonus after everything. Because we have a vibrant court that welcomes lots of people, we get a bonus. And then the cultures get eaten. So Farsi takes up a lot of this, because there are more Farsi than there are Balochs across the world. So we have more Balochs than Farsi here, which gives us a benefit, makes it easier to integrate them. But the more and more there are Farsi people than Baloch, then the more and more they're going to be like, hey, the government should follow Farsi cultural principles instead of Baloch cultural principles. And that could eventually cause us an issue. Especially since all of this is Farsi and this is what we want, so. And at that point we have to kind of ask, do we want to change our primary culture of our government to Farsi? And let the Balochs be kind of a minority under the government? Or do we want to continue having a Baloch government? We also have some Punjabi people. Not enough. Like, right now we are discriminating against them. We can tolerate them. It wouldn't, but it would put us over our accepted cultural limit to tolerate them, so we are persecuting the Punjabi. Very sad. There's a different sort of situation in religion. The religion, you have tolerance of the religions. We don't have much of an issue because 99% of our population is Sunni, but we do have some Hindu people from traders, some Shia. We have no more Abadi, which is very funny because in his youth, Abul Fazl II, before he was the Emir, converted to being Abadi, and we got an event about it, and we're like, well, I don't really want to take the penalties to eliminate that, so I guess we'll deal with what happens later. And then he converted back quietly on his own before he became the Emir. It's so complex. Oh, lovely. Baloch gets cultural influence. Makes it easier to convert people if we wanted to convert them. Yeah. These tolerances affect how much people want to revolt. So the primary religion's tolerant. So the more tolerance we have of their religion, the happier they are. So because we have +2 primary religion tolerance, everyone who's Sunni is very happy with us. Because we only have because we have penalties to tolerance of heretics and heathens, everyone else is kind of a little annoyed with us because our government doesn't really tolerate their religion. We have ways to change that over the game, but it's not like it's 1488. They did not have great multicultural places with lots of religions at this time. I say when there are actually such places. India, not so much anymore. India has become very Hindu very fast. And Ethiopia is a pretty interesting religious breakout. The way that India tends towards religious unity, though, is kind of sad to me from a historical perspective. Because one of the fun, interesting things about this period of history is you have the Hindus, you have the Buddhists, you have the Jains, you have the Muslims, And then into all of that mess come the I have forgotten the name of the religion that popped up here. The swords and turbans. They treat their holy text as the last guru, so that people can follow the holy text instead of having to have a succession of gurus that could be destroyed. They're like a fusion of Hinduism and Islam with Jainist tendencies. 6. Thank you, Sahil. I love 6. But we lose that tapestry in EU5. Game has some pros, a great many cons. No, our uncle fell down a set of stairs. And he was organizing development. Now we need to get someone who's significantly less good. That's Fandier. You... have a shortage of food in the market. In the Nalbandan market. This market. The market that I was concerned about not having enough food in. Cost me 40 stability and 20 prestige to destroy this market. Well, I'm not gonna... I have trade automated. That's a beast I don't want to approach, so... If you wanted to, you could. Like, go in there and deal with moving goods around your country. But I'll let the AI do that. Oh, that's right! I forgot to hand that out after the war. That's been sitting there causing all sorts of troubles. Hey... take Kerman. It wants me to give them control. I give them control. I have great control. There we go. I should not have been holding that. That's where all those rebels were. Now they're their problem. And they can build control and integration there. Oh, right, and I was going to start annexing Bomb. Because we're moving towards centralization, so we don't really want vassals outside of the integration. We are not capped on centralization, so this will just tick up to full centralization. That is good. This is the thing I want. This is also good. But this is the thing I really want. Proximities. Because control, if you look at the map, control, this is the percentage of the tax base that we can pull and tax. Everything else, the people in the estates can hide from us and not pay taxes on. So we only really get 15% of what we're supposed to get in taxes over here. It is driven by proximity, which you can see we have really good proximity here, and then nothing over here. Proximity is driven by proximity speed. So like, if you look here, we can see the route that they take to go there. And then proximity is driven by ports and roads. And the burghers have built a road all the way here. We didn't build this road. The burghers were just like, we want this northern road to count. So they built it. Eventually, I want to run a road up here. I want roads everywhere eventually. Roads are very, very good. Roads are also very expensive. No! Our Emir died. Once again, leading the boats in the Strait of Hormuz, like, his father and his grandfather before him. Only 44 this time. Which means we now have a noble regency, our first noble regency of the game. Not our first regency, we had subject regencies earlier. But Monkbat is only 4. So we're going to have a long regency under Yusuf Kash here. Which is going to reduce everyone's power, give us aristocracy, which I don't want. And it means that we're going to have to give a new commander to the Navy. Armus, lead the Navy. Is still assigned to patrol. That's good. What's our maritime presence looking like? Not great. The maritime presence we want is how much we control these areas. So if we look here, there's not great maritime presence. Fortunately, there aren't really any privateers. There's enough maritime presence total that there's not really any pirates. But there's not a great amount of maritime presence. And if we can get maritime presence up to the coast, then it becomes faster for our messages and our bureaucrats to catch a boat, and that gets proximity down, which gets control up. So we want better roads, we want better maritime presence, and we want kind of happier people. If our people are happy, then they get in the way of control less. Mostly, I want to push this button. I want to push that button so much. Our economy is not doing as well as I was hoping. Right. We probably have less crown power. Yeah. Okay. We just lost. Because of the Regency, we lost like 8% crown power. And that is translating... That and everything else is translating to a loss of about 6 ducats a month of income. Let's get the speed up, because we're not going to be able to do wars or anything until our heir is of age anyway. Monkbat is actually already pretty good for being a 9-year-old. Like, look at our ruler history. Our recently deceased emir was 43, 36, 59. Our 4-year-old heir is 26, 25, 35. Or 9-year-old. Diplomats, we can't execute our diplomats because we're not the ruler. We have a regency. We can't actually execute the diplomats. We don't have any choice but to take that back. Hopefully this expensive education helps, I hope. He's rowdy. He's going to be especially good with the military. His expensive education should increase everything pretty easily. This is roughly an average ruler. Our favorite general would be an amazing, because he's like 94, 100, 100. But we can't make him the king. We can't make him the emir. He's not in the line of succession. We have laws. Those laws restrict us. Peshawar is attacking Kabul. Artids. Artids took... Gosh. That means we have an open avenue of expansion that isn't against one of our allies. They're only 9,000. Okay. Fine Cavalier. Peshawar. Good job, Peshawar. The situation's going to change. That gives us a route of expansion northward. Not great, but I think we can build local governors at this point. If we can get that city in the heart of Cartid territory. Let's pull up our river map mode. Because rivers also give control spread. Not great control there. But if we did manage to get up here from Herat, we could get control all the way up here and all the way over here. We would really just need this road. Again, control in Iran is terrible. All these mountains and deserts make it a real pain to get anywhere. There's no rivers that kind of go where you want them to. You have to build so many roads. It's painful in a very positive way. Like, look here, Iraqi Ajam. If we take this, we get rivers, but they don't actually help us as we take more Iraqi Ajam, because these rivers all feed in to the Tigris and Euphrates. I bet Abatia has great control. Yeah, look at that control. Look at that. That's because of the rivers. They have their capital here. Just a stepo. It's touching both rivers, so they get the control benefits down both rivers and up again. And then the Jalurids here also probably have some pretty okay control. Yeah, they have great control along the river. And then over here, they lose it. We have no rivers. All of our control has to come along the road. Probably would be good if I just built the navy, but I really... But 63. Already paid off our loan, so we can push a button. We can take a little loan. Build our first professional regular army. The first regular unit in the Emirate of Makran. 1,000 professional soldiers. This is going to be on my income. It looks like it's going to eat half my income right now for the one unit, but still. Oh no, that's all of our income. We not pay for our troops right now, thank you. Turag, you can just lead the army forever. And honestly, take the army to Kalmit. That way they have time to recover morale if we get into a war. You know what? This is going to take a long time to take away. Let's start kicking our way towards capital. Still ticking towards traditional, but I want to start moving towards capital. Like, we have several towns. We can get more. Like, if we come over here to kind of our economic heartland, in Gamran we have town in Bandari Charak. Town in Bandari Lenik. Rural area in Bandar Kamir, but you know what? That's our fish. That's fine. Rural area in Gamran itself. Fruit. That's fine. We don't want these to be cities. There are agriculture. capital, Minab, cap. Vanderjask, here, cap. There's some rural areas around here giving us fish and iron, fruit, game, legumes, livestock, and then up here, gold. We want to be able to get that gold and iron, so we're not wanting the reduction in RGO that comes from making cities there. And then Ormuz is an actual city. I am still very tempted to just move my capital to Ormuz. That one little island has as much economy going on as this entire area here. I am so tempted. We're not going to have the money or the stability, but if we ever do, I might just slide on over into Ormuz. Yeah, here we go. We have a hidden army here. Scorch the earth. No. Garrison. No. And drill. It makes us... We'd have to pay for the army, though. We're not going to do that. So... It's not as good as it could be, because we can't afford to drill them. But there we go. We have 1,000 men there, on top of our 5,000 levies. Yeah, that's a bit of a layoff. This moment. Smooth administration. And if we actually look at their men-at-arms. So men-at-arms give us great flanking ability, to take less strength damage. They have some more secure flanks, so they take less flanking damage. They have better initiative. They have meh frontage, but that's fine. I don't really understand all of these mechanics, but the point is, for 5 ducats a month at base, we have 1,000 people just standing there all the time. And that's going to be very important. What are you doing? Iraqi Ajam, what are you doing? Do I need to be worried about you? Fighting the Muzaffarites. You know what? I think I'm actually kind of okay with granting this to them. Progress towards individualism. RGO size in towns and cities isn't great, but we're getting the ability to build buildings, so yeah. And that increases the share of burghers' power, hurts crown power, but also hurts nobility power. Building rights makes it cheaper to build things. For us, burger land rights, that's a penalty to our RGO size in exchange for individualism. Treasury rights makes our taxes easier, gives us less interest, gives us innovative. Control over the coinage, gives us more minting threshold, more production of our valuable metals. Market fairs, yay prosperity. Decentralization, not so yay. And then the road rights, so important. They're building roads. I may as well just run through everything. I haven't run through it. So our government is built on 3 principles. We're a feudal nobility. We are an agricultural country. And we have an autocracy. Our nobility has way too much power, way too many rights. They have land rights. They have royal marriage rights. They have military primacy. They are the only ones allowed to be leaders in the country. This would probably be a great one to eliminate. It is only bad. Community schools. Monthly literacy or stability? Here's a literacy. They have manorial courts, which makes our cabinet less efficient and decentralizes us, and makes us able to tax them a little bit more. But we never can tax the maximum because they're never happy enough, so that's something that's just kind of bad. We have cheaper mercenaries because of their contracts, but we don't use mercenaries. They're so expensive. And a noble patronage of the arts, which makes the artists cheaper and gives us innovative. So, see, there's things we want to peel away from the nobles, but anything there is going to cost us, you know, enough stability to basically fling us into a civil war. The ulema, which is the priesthood, they have literacy rights. They have land rights. So their land rights don't really hurt us any. Literacy rights just kind of help us. Well, traditionalist isn't so good. The ulema have a religious advisory council, makes our cabinet better, moves us to spiritualist. That's fine. The administration gives us a push towards communalism and some automatic stability investment. And the freedom of interpretation that we give them gives us more literacy and a little tweak towards mysticism, which I might want to get rid of eventually. And then our commoners, they have free mobility, which lets them migrate freely, gives them some enfranchisement, lets them expand RGOs in theory, but they never really have enough money to do that. And a progress towards free subjects. They have common militias, so we have more peasant levies and more enfranchisement, but that's the only rights that the peasants have. Everyone's kind of happy, so we could give some rights to someone. I might want to think about the Zemi, because the Zemi are angry. So the Zemi are the non-Muslim population of the country. They get their own special legal category in a Muslim country. We can tolerate heathens. We can tolerate heathens at the cost of our cultural influence. We get more cultural capacity. That I like. We can gain some jurisprudence. We can gain cabinet efficiency. Or we can gain Demi allowed in cabinet. I think all of these are kind of fine, but they anger our main people. We don't have enough heathens to make tolerance that big of a deal. So the progress matters. So I'm wondering if I'm in a position where I actually want to start moving towards jurisprudence. But I do want that eventually. Mysticism gives us more army morale. But jurisprudence gives us more research. We are only barely ticking towards mysticism. If we grant a jurisprudence privilege to the Zemi, then yeah, we'll do this one. It'll kind of make everyone else a little annoyed, but we'll get a tick towards jurisprudence. Which in the short term, okay, so we're balanced out. We're not tweaking anymore. We have no cap right now. That's good. We can control that if we want to. And honestly, I think that's going to be better for us than developing. And hey, Thunder died, so... Okay. We're going to have you actively promote jurisprudence now. And by you, I mean That's a loud car outside. That's a very loud car outside. That, oh, their poor hearing. Yeah, we'll have, Bingal Ormuz here. We have a powerful harem as part of our government, so women can hold seats in the cabinet. We have women's rights here. Provided that they're in a noble's harem. So it's not great women's rights. But it's better than it was before. And it gives us Jingle Hormuz here, who is going to move us towards jurisprudence. We're actually doing it. We're shifting our religion from mystical prayer towards proper legal considerations. Oh, and the commoners and the nobles kind of like our government. Well, I would like to fill our treasury because we're losing money. Why are we losing money? Diplomatic spending? Oh, we don't need to be spending that. Yeah, we've been way overspending on diplomacy. There we go. Because it affects loyalty of subjects. Well, Surgeon and the Girage will feel better when BAM is annexed. They will not. They will actually be mad at me when BAM is annexed, but we should be able to improve. Let's begin by enabling Scootage if I can. Dingle, I don't want to kill you. I hate the stability. As long as BAM isn't there, yeah, we're still working on this. It's going to be so long to integrate BAM. They're big. That's the end of it. They're big, and they're Farsi. We're beginning to deal with integrating Farsi hassles. Well, still get benefits during it. It's fine. Does mean that I will probably spend some money on. This gives us prestige. It only gives us prestige. Never mind. Want art. These give us bonuses to our cultural tradition. And our influence. We have a problem with cultural influence. Probably gonna have a problem with cultural influence the entire game because there's basically no Balax outside of us, and eventually we might want to change our primary culture. Not now, but eventually I think we may want to change our primary culture to Farsi. And you're upset because of country strength of vassals, centralization, and diplomacy. If we paid for our troops, they would be less angry at us, I think. But I don't want to pay for our troops right now. We're not vassalizing Sir John. We're not vassalizing Zanij. And honestly, Zanij might just sit around forever. There. No, we should probably, but I don't like the idea of having to go north. I want to go west. Because if we look at tax bases, we have some strong tax bases here close to the capital, and the tax bases here are really fun. Let's look at situation. We go to Shavakara. You have no troops. You have no allies. That means we don't have an easy way into a war with you. That I don't like. That's... Shabankar was supposed to be our easy way into a war there. Oh. Yeah, so if we went to a war with you, we would get Alibata, the Karatids, and the Muzaffarids in, and I don't want that. Goodness gracious, you've gotten allied with the Injuids. And the Muzaffarids. And you have a vassal. This would be our access to a war. This war would only be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,000 versus just us, because none of our allies would join that war. War against Shavankara is just Shavankara. None of our vassals would join the war, but it doesn't matter. There's not really any value in Shavankara. Their purpose... The reason I left them alive was so we could come back and get a fight with the Injuits without all of the Injuits' friends involved. And we don't have that option. That's frustrating. Oh. Let's see what we can get. We can fund the farming estates. What? That's fine. Come back here. Go to our goods. Filter by farming. Sort by best income. None of these are particularly good, but... These are mostly going to give us food, so more food is better. We'll go ahead, we'll do that. And then, do I care about this? Ups maximum tax. Is anyone paying maximum tax? Tax is 33. Current is 18. Tax 35. Current is 30. No one is paying maximum tax, so we don't get any benefit. Yeah. Oh, also raw materials. We can demand raw materials. That might actually be a better use of our money. Go to our farming goods. Money back from some of these low value goods. Filter by farming. We get benefits on raw materials. Raw goods. Okay. So our goods, filter by raw goods. Iron. That's the one we want. Yeah. And then, do we have any shortfalls? Address fish up in Nalbandin. Expand our fish. Yeah. I don't think it's going to help much, but we may as well. There we go. That's a better use of our money. Our discount. Get some better iron. Get some fish. And iron helps make our weapons more profitable and our tools more profitable. And when that's more profitable, we can tax it better. Yay! Taxes! Is there anything fun going on in the world? Yes. The Sultanate of Gaur is getting eaten by the Kingdom of Pinya. One of the last Muslim powers in North India. Going away. Oh, our council support. I don't really care much. We don't get any benefits. We just avoid losing some stability. This is still around. Zob exists. Inflation. No. We already have a deflationary monetary policy? Yes, we do. That's good for us. Border Gore up in Kiev, Border Gore in Georgia. I don't think we're going to see the Ilkhanate. Like, but it exists, and we're technically one of the few remaining parts of it. So officially, we are an emir under, you know, the descendants of Genghis Khan, and we're just like shrugging our shoulders, going, "Well, you know, whenever they sort their stuff out, we'll be loyal. We pinky swear." Probably. And diplomatic. Tarok. The administrative. Sup. Keep people up. Abdon. That's, you know what? We should improve opinions of Sir John and Zaran. This means we're going to need to spend a little more on diplomacy. Diplomacy. I guess I want to spend as little as we can spend and not have our vassals be rebellious. Zeran. I don't have a diplomat. When I do, I'll be able to enable scootage. I want you to scoot a boot. Even though it's broken on this version, and they cancel scootage whenever there's any war, not just a war against them, I would like not have their troops running around dying, and I would also like them to pay me more money. Especially since they have a really good income, because they have pretty solid control over several towns up there. Yeah. Have some pretty solid control over those provinces. We're surrounded by the Dusty Margo, a bunch of mountains. I imagine it's really beautiful here. If we're being honest, right? They have this river running through, and they have these towns clinging to the river beneath these giant mountains near this big lake. That has got to be beautiful. I want to go look this up. This is not the first time I've stopped to look up what the place actually looks like. Let me do that again. We love learning. These are real places. We can look at them. So, no, I use Waterfox now. I still have it flagged as Firefox. That's so silly to me. Okay. Let me find. Looking at root bar. Not dox myself, so let's get out of there and over towards here. Okay. There's Zabul, so we're kind of southeast of Zabul. Well, that is a little sad. But let's take a look. So, I found the region that we have just taken over. This is where that river runs, and a little bit that runs down here towards our heartland. Over here is where our capital is, Hinab. Real place. Apparently what it looks like. It's not as on the coast as I thought it was. And then, of course, over here, here's Ormuz. Not a great island anymore, but see the big, old, ancient cities. The bones of the great powerful city and its sound toll. You can see our old capital here, kind of right on the border of Tis, like around here-ish, where the capital is. Then we come up. Zabul, Zaranj. Here's our new little area. Zoom in, we can see that there is a river. See the little lake. Saw the lake. Saw the little lake. Where was that little? It's still around. It's not like the other lake, which is seeing it. Well, let's find a spot, see if we can drop down and actually see. We don't have anywhere to sit down and see. We do have places. Do we have any photos of places? These places? No. Not super surprised that we don't have photos in some of these places. This is not exactly the most friendly to Google sort of area. It is in Iran after all. We can see it's a big desert. So there's this big desert on either side of this little valley, and it's less mountainous than I thought it was. I thought those were mountains. I guess it's a desert. Mountains over here, and then it looks like this is the lake, and it's frozen over in this photo. That's a fun little investigation of the place that we just took. Just to remind us what the Vide actually is. Because I want to remind myself from time to time that we are the Emir of nothing. And nothing has 500,000 people in it. Full castle in Besima. Irishon is getting a temple. Irifshan has become a town. Oh, that's lovely. You're making paper? You got an urban parliament seat? They've got a tool guild. I am grateful for all of that. You know what also I'm grateful for? The potential to build a navy. So I built galleys for our war with Ormuz, but the galleys don't really give us good maintenance. Not maintenance, maritime presence. We want the maritime presence. And we get maritime presence from DAOs. So what's our monthly maintenance? 0.25? We can build up to 4 more. I think we can afford 4 DAOs. And I think we have the sailors. Oh, we don't have the tin. Oh, you're leaving now. We need to sushis. Yes. We need to sushi. We need to sushi at Sahil. There we go. Oh goodness, it's already 3:30. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Well, we're not going to be able to build our navy because we don't have any tin. We need tin to build our boats? Why do we need tin to build our boats? That is... We build transports? We can build transports. We can build transports. We can build galleys. If we want to build dhows, we need 10 in the Calmet market. Okay. Need to deal something with market. Trades. Okay. We're gonna trim down this automation a bit. I need to find tin. Tin. I need to import tin. Okay, we can import tin from anyone around here. I've been trying to avoid this because this is such a complicated thing. Okay. Surplus. Right. So the Gulf of Aden. So Aden is the less. So I only want like enough tin. So how much tin do I need? How much tin do we need here? We need... That's such a small thing. Pittance of tin. We need a pittance of tin. So if we go back to the market... Oh, to the market. Go to tin, import. We want a pittance of tin. I want, say, 310. 310 is enough. And then we'll automate the rest of it. Has this done what I want it to do? We are importing tin. I think we're importing tin, so we should now be able to build our boats when the month ticks. Yay! We've traded in our tin. Wonderful. Automated trade can get rid of that tin. I don't want it. I don't need it. Unless they start saying that we can't build because we need tin. We have the tin. We barely need any. Okay. Well, don't worry about being silent. Most people... This game I will regularly see in the mornings like 36 viewers and no one will say a single word. I think this is just the sort of game that he will put on in the background. Thank you for coming, and have a lovely time with Fishy. I'm just going to continue celebrating that I have tin and I can finally start building my dhows. Well, also, and it's a very slow-paced game. Like, not much has happened in the last 4 or 5 hours. Had a couple little wars, but not much has changed. So it's a game you can leave and come to. Have fun. The only thing you're likely to miss is the completion of our first trade protection fleet. That will have impacts I hope are worth the ducat a month we're spending on supporting them. We really do need to make whichever one of these has the better harbor capacity to a town 10 or 25. Water is better than water. I couldn't remember whether water or water is better. Farewell, Robin. Maybe the next time we have 3 head, we'll just found the town here. We're not going to have great control, but it's at the end of our road. Pretty sure that's at the end of our road. Yeah, road goes all the way here. Altiz has great harbor capacity, too. Not as good as water. And I think, even though it's at the end of our road, I think if we get this, when these are built and join our patrol fleet, a town here should mean that we'll be able to pop out here and then go. 10 harbor capacity here. 30 here. We definitely need to move our capital to Hormuz. That's even more important. It's going to cost us 600 ducats now. We've got so much money that it's going to be 600 ducats to move our capital. Let's check cost. Base cost is scaled to our tax. Because we've moved our capital, our tax base is extremely high now. So it's like 3 times as expensive. We can lose more money than we have to make the burgers happy. Or the burgers can be mad for a bit. Burgers can be mad for a bit. They'll be fine. Rajtek of Doab has rendered to the soul. Delhi is on the return! I was over here thinking that the fall of Delhi was set in stone and the event should have ended, but Delhi is beginning to sneak its way back. And without Timur coming in and unifying the Ilkhanate, there's no strong group to come rolling out of Afghanistan and form the Mughals and wipe Delhi out. Ooh. This is exciting. Aha. Tell me about you. You're a Raj, so I presume Hindu, yes. Know that... Oh, Delhi is sneaking back in position of potential power. Aha is still splitting them in half. But they're back up to 6,000 men. Ooh. Their control is still abysmal, but color me shocked. I can't see the share of power, which I feel like is the bug. I don't think share of power is being tracked properly. Again, I am concerned that unless Delhi gets completely wiped out, the disaster will not end. Or the incident. What is this? Situation will not end. Our navies. Warm. Everyone to Ormuz. Group together. Patrol. Patrol the seas. And we get research. Again, we don't really have anything that I care about in order, so I'm just gonna grab everything. Everything I want is locked behind King Press. And we just have to wait for it to arrive in our civilization. We may as well just probably down the list of available texts. I think we'll be able to get all of these before it spreads, which is a little sad. So what's our next expense? We've got our navy built. We have no transports, so we're not invading Oman anytime soon. But I really am feeling, with the might of the Incubus, that... Check Discord. Check Discord. Specificity. Yeah. There's more than one type of heal. Oh, how exciting. I'll take that. I responded. I'm thinking that maybe coming down here is the wiser idea, just to get some more power, but I want to make sure my maritime presence improves before then. Because, well... we won't have any ability to build a road there. We have expanded our maritime presence, though. We have maritime presence coming into these areas now. Presumably it's because they're patrolling. Although they seem to just be sitting here. With 30% maritime presence. Just 9. 42% there. 40% there. Like, We're getting some decent maritime presence. We have maritime presence all the way down into the Lower Sind. The Indus Delta. Hey. But there we go. We have a little bit. Has this affected our control any? Our proximity? Not really. Yeah, I think everything is still going to be going along the road. Like, if proximity were coming in anywhere, it'd be over here in, like, Gwater, which is running down the road. I don't think we have enough maritime presence to get here. Oh, new Emir. Monkbot has come of age. Monkbot is 59, 43, 69. That is pretty nice. And in need of a wife. We can marry the Injuids or the Cartids. That's for 5. That is for not 5. Oh. Beru's cart of the Cartids. Marry Monkbot. Our heir is underage. Starok is already 9 years old. I don't think Monkbat is going to be joining the leadership of the Navy anytime soon. Yeah, our Admiral's just way too good. What will you do with your rulership? You inherit a country that's not quite as economically well off, that's surrounded by enemies. Alleged threats. This Monkbot, Rindlashari, as he rises to the throne at the age of 16, the first formally educated Emir of Makran. We spent lots of money on his education. You're looking down here. Places like salt and alum and pearls of Jalfir. Sugar of Oman. Copper. It might be. But because Sahil is on the way north, and I've been streaming for 5 hours, I think this is a good time to be done for the day. In 1496, just almost the dawn of the 16th century, I have not gotten what I wanted to get done. I was hoping I would get to fight the Injuids and get this little chunk here, but Bakara, they lost their everything. Now I don't think we can fight the Injuids without fighting Alibata and the Cartids. I don't want to fight the Cartids and the Prime. So going north fights the Intuits and the Cards at the same time. Going west fights the Intuits and the Cards at the same time, or gets us nothing. Our friendship with Sama keeps us from going east, which we can't do anyway, because everyone here has way too many troops. So I think next time we go south. Tomorrow is FF14. Sunday, we're finally getting Age of Worms going. So many problems have arisen, but we're finally in that place where we can start building up our Age of Worms. So I don't know when next stream is going to be EU5, but next time I think we're looking at trying to get our maritime presence up enough that we can come down here. I see a port in Asarya here in the near future with a Balak administrator. I foresee a port in Nal with a Balak administrator. And I certainly see. Really, there's no harbor capacity here? That felt like it was going to be a harbor. Well, then maybe we're not going to have anything in Masra. We might not actually get any benefit out here, but I can see a port here. See a port here in our future. I even see us grabbing the last of the Jarwinids. There's some Jarwinids way down here, but the Jarwinid part here in the bay. That's a town. But that's a problem for the future, and it is, as we can imagine, far overly ambitious. Everything in this game, all of my intuitions have been excessively ambitious. But for now, let's go see if there's anyone worth raiding. Is there enough people to be worth raiding? Not really. Not unless it's a friend. And there's only one friend. Screaming? So it's going to be such a small raid, because I think part of the chat is already there. Let's go. Let's go say hi to Matt.